Okay, sorry. We'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1469, prohibiting banks or businesses from using social credit scores. And he's the sponsor. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Bernard.
Good morning. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chairman Hunt and committee members. My name is J.D. Bernardi. I represent Rockingham 16, Southampton, Kensington, and East Kingston. And I'm here to sponsor 1469. We'll start off with the concept of what are ESG scores? Why did they come about? Who creates them, or what's gone or going wrong with them? So ESG scores is an evaluation of a firm's collective consciousness concerning social justice, corporate governance, and environmental factors. They're a score that's compiled from data collected using metrics related to those various factors. They can be considered sort of a corporate social credit score. And these three factors together comprise an assessment that's been adopted by many U.S. and worldwide financial industry guide investment decisions in addition to the company's bottom line. Proponents claim that the ultimate objective of these metrics, it relates to corporate sustainability and assessing societal impact of a company. So what are these factors? Environmental factors include a company's position on climate change, soil water contamination, waste management, renewable energy, environmental policy. Social justice scores involve business relationships, including diversity, human rights, consumer protection and interactions, animal welfare, charitable contributions, community impact. Governance scores evaluate legal and compliance issues associated with the company's corporate operations, including their regulatory and legal compliance, management structure, employee and executive compensation. Who creates these scores? Well, they're created by organizations and analytical firms like Bloomberg, Corporate Knights, Sustainalytics, Dow Jones, Thomson Reuters, RepRisk, and others. And at this point, almost all businesses that exist of any size have an ESG score. And if ESG scores were to remain just a business tool for an investor to use in deciding whether they wanted to invest in a business or not, this bill wouldn't be being proposed. The bill specifically permits the continued use of ESG scores for personal investment decisions. The problem addressed by this bill is that there's a woke movement that is attempting to weaponize ESG scores against companies and against individuals. The World Economic Forum published their ESG metrics in a report entitled Measuring Stakeholder Capitalism Toward Common Metrics and Consistent Reporting of Sustainable Value Creation. This was released in September of 2020 and prepared by experts from the big four accounting firms, Pricewaterhouse, Ernst & Young, KPMG, and Deloitte, as well as the Bank of America. It includes their 21 metrics and 32 expanded metrics. It divides these standards into pillars governing principles of governance, principles of the planet, of the people, and prosperity. It uses many of the same traditional ESG scores, and some of these metrics are very reasonable for any investor to use. But it also focuses on a woke ideology criteria that are found in these scores. The goal of the World Economic Forum is to mandate businesses focus their corporate decision-making on improving their wokeness of their ESG scores rather than profitability or product quality. This effort has been called the Great Reset. It's fully described in Glenn Beck and Justin Haskin's new book of the same title, Rise of 21st Century Fascism. Glenn and Justin describe how a group of 36 large investors, activists, nonprofits, pension funds, and former politicians collectively manage over $1 trillion in assets, have lobbied the Federal Reserve and the Securities Exchange Commission to fully adopt the woke ESG criteria in their corporate governance. Ideas that are so good that they must be mandatory. The same is being pushed by the big three index fund managers, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. These three firms in 2017 had 5% of the S&P under their tutelage. In 2017, it was 20%, and they're expected to have 40% of the S&P votes in the next 2 decades. The Big 10, including JP Morgan, Fidelity, and Goldman Sachs, are worth $34 trillion, and along with big tech, are also deeply involved in the ESG movement and openly support the Great Reset. Once the system is firmly in place, no business or industry will be able to withstand the woke goals of the governing elites. Industries like oil and gas, or your firearms industry, all their suppliers, all their distributors will be unable to get funding or financing for further growth and continued operations. And if you're a fabricator, as an example, of the firing pin of that particular gun that you like, but you also make a spindle for a weaving loom, your company is going to be under the gun. The spread of the Great Reset's ESG's fingers go deep into the system. There's little ability to stop the global elites from manipulating society and controlling political opponents with the new additional metrics, because they're not done by government. They're being done by the elites managing these companies. And it's not just corporations that are going to be subject to the ESG system. Individuals also have scores. If you're an investor and have any significant assets in any stocks, you have an ESG score already. And it can easily be expanded by looking at your purchases by reviewing your credit card or bank statements. So your non-woke purchases or stock picks will give you a low ESG score. So then when you want to take that car loan or mortgage, that activity is going to be curtailed by the bank. If you work for an unfavored industry or are a supplier or a distributor to one, your score will be reduced. Unfavored industries will lose good employees. So if you think this can't happen to you, this is hyperbole. Just remember, Deutsche Bank and Signature Bank in New York decided that they're no longer going to do business with a former president of the United States, Donald Trump. Simon & Schuster canceled the publishing of Senator John Hawley's book, The Tyranny of Big Tech. Parler, a new social media platform, was removed from service by Apple, Google, and Amazon. Big tech has demonetized, censored, and removed people from their platforms because their management doesn't agree with the opinions of those people. All this is being done by the elites managing these companies, not by government. So the problem with the ESG scores is the ability and the willingness to weaponize them against individuals and companies. Using ESG scores as a personal investment tool is perfectly legitimate. Weaponizing them against corporations and individuals is not. Such discriminatory behavior must be prohibited. The plans to implement the Great Reset's tyranny exist. The mechanisms of all ESG scores and whatnot are in place. The commitment of major financial and corporate institutions to mandate their vision of wokeness against the politically disfavored is being actively advanced. Please do not permit this discrimination in New Hampshire. Please do not allow weaponization of these techniques here. Support HB 1469 to prevent inestimable harm to the citizens of New Hampshire. With that, I'm willing to take questions.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Bartlett
Chair.
has a question.
Thank you for coming before us and bringing this issue to us. You used the term woke movement and woke a number of times in your speech. Would you please define that?
So if you look at the ESG scores that are being advanced, so let's take environmental scoring, for example, climate change. A judgment is being made that if you aren't 100% supporting all electric vehicles, you're going to be downgraded because you're advocating the continued use of oil or diesel or gasoline powered vehicles. That's part of the woke movement.
I'm sorry, I'm still not clear. You're giving me an example of how the ESG score might be used, but I don't understand what you mean by woke movement.
Woke leftist movement, a movement that's focused on picking winners and losers based on your political ideology.
I think she's asking, what does woke mean? What is W-O-K-E? What does woke mean? Does it have a definition?
Well, I would characterize it, as I said, as a leftist-focused assessment or belief in technology, business, interpersonal interactions. I mean, it's a series of, if you look in these ESG scores, let's take diversity. If your business doesn't have the right ratio of all the quote-unquote right people in it, if you're a New Hampshire business and you have largely white men working for you, you're not woke. You need to have a bunch of women and a bunch of minorities that that you may not have the qualifications because of this, what exists in this state. But you're not woke because you don't meet that criteria.
You keep saying political, you're like leftist.
Yes.
So that implies a wokeism is that somebody is left of center and wants to make decisions based upon their political beliefs.
And that's fine. One can have whatever political belief you want. That's not the purpose here. The function, the discussion is about the fact that collectively there's this group of elites has decided this is the way things are going to be done, and using that point of view to force decisions on everyone else.
So if I understand correctly, the political elites that you're talking about are board of directors of a bank.
Or the presidents, the officers, as I mentioned. We had the leaders of the big four accounting firms, Bank of America, Google, Apple, making these decisions.
Right.
Those leaders have a viewpoint that is decidedly leftist and decidedly anti any maybe conservative or intermediate position, and are demanding compliance. So Parler disappeared because they had their website or their social media site allowed any point of view to happen. It wasn't constrained to the perfect woke positions.
So, to make sure I get this right, okay, I'm focusing in on the right of a corporation, or excuse me, a bank, to decide that they are going now to be political because they're leftists, and they want to affect their political agenda on someone who has come to them for a bank loan.
Yes.
And the question is, how do we, that this is their perspective, this is their opinion. What you're telling me is that we, the legislature, are going to say is that you're not allowed to have a political opinion when it comes to your business activities.
I'm saying you're not allowed to discriminate against individuals because of their political opinion. So, if you're going to get that bank loan, yet you're a gun owner, and you show up at the PTA meeting and you say you don't want critical race theory being taught, your individual score is going to be downgraded under the ESG system because you are not woke. And therefore, we, the bank, are going to use that criteria against you in not giving you the car loan or not giving you the mortgage. They're not going to look at what is your ability to repay the loan as a normal bank would. I'm going to give you a loan. Here's the criteria. Can you pay this loan back? Do you have the wherewithal and income stream to pay that loan back? That's what a bank ought to be looking at, not my politics in deciding whether I am worthy to get that loan. So you cannot, the bill basically says you may not discriminate based on those kinds of criteria.
So I obviously, I sit on a family foundation, and ESG has been around for
Years.
There is the scoring system of an ESG is you're getting scored on your positives, what you are doing on those ESG categories. I've never seen an ESG analysis to use to degrade a company's value. It's always this is what they are doing, not what they're not doing, I guess. How does someone know what their ESG score is? How does someone evaluate that score, and how does the bank department, I guess, I assume, I don't even know how this is going to get enforced, but is that they're going to have to rule that there's some kind of evidence, some kind of scoring system that they can get their hands on that documents that someone was harmed by this scoring system.
So how does one get the score? So all the companies that exist, virtually all companies of any size, are scored, and I went through the various
stock-owned companies. These are publicly traded stocks.
Yes, whether they be banks or other companies, they have ESG scores, and they are rated on those criteria. And if you're an oil company, you're not going to have a good ESG score. If you're a firearms company, you're not going to have a good ESG score. If you are any other unfavored industry, you're not going to have a good ESG score. And as an individual, if you are an investor in those, investors are also being scored. And so individuals get ESG scores. What kind of companies did you invest in? So if you own stock.
So how does someone see that score? How does someone get that number? Where is this number published, or where does someone get this, or is that a secret?
Right now, if you're an investor in Merrill Lynch has a score for your investments.
It does
you
rank.
You personally have that score.
Right, so when I contact my bank,
Yeah.
or they contact me, and if I were to ask them, okay, what is the ESG scores of these businesses, they're gonna make it, and as I hear from you, you're telling me that's perfectly okay.
It's perfectly
But now what you're saying is, but if I'm a bank, and I'm looking at those scores, that this legislation would perceive that if I don't give a loan to an institute, to somebody, I could be guilty of this simply because that business is perceived to have, you know, that score, but you're holding that financial institution responsible simply because they didn't give the loan?
Well, if you don't get a loan from the bank has to tell you why you didn't get the loan. Right? They go over and say, all right, we looked at your financials, Mr. Smith. You don't have the wherewithal to pay this money back. You don't have a credible income stream. Okay.
Don't have the collateral.
So if they say that, that's fine. And if they can demonstrate that, that's fine. But if they're using ESG criteria to say, Mr. Smith, you bought a Sig Sauer last week, and your bank, we have your credit card statement. We're not giving loans to people like you. That is the discrimination I'm talking about.
You think
You
some bank
cannot-
would actually do that? They would actually say, we know that you bought a
That-
gun and we're not giving you the loan because of that? You think some bank would do that?
Yes, that is the goal of the Great Reset. That is the advertised, prescribed goal of the members of these organizations saying, we want to implement these criteria on the management decisions of companies as well as on individuals. Is it here right now? No. The system is set up, ESG scores and whatnot, ability to evaluate, is set up so mechanically it can be turned on. Okay. And the idea is it will be turned on, and their goal is to have this in place by 2030.
Great. Representative McAleer.
Thank you for your testimony. You seem to blame this all on the left. Is it possible that a group on the right would have the same woke attitude about companies, or is it only on the left?
It's certainly possible that, you know, the criteria could be used equivalently from the right. That's not the subject of the, you know, of the bill. The idea is you should not be able to use political decision-making criteria in making decisions to make your financial decisions.
Further question?
But it seems to me that you're saying there's sort of a conspiracy on the left to establish these ESG scores. I mean,
I'm not.
Talking about discrimination, that seems to be that you're right there.
I'm not saying there's a conspiracy. I'm saying that ESG scores, the concept of sustainability ESG scores has been created and has been used by investors. There's no problem with that because that's your choice or my choice. If I want to invest in stocks that have high ESG scores based on the kind of criteria that are being proposed or being evaluated, that's fine. And if I want to change those criteria and say I want ESG scores that look at more conservative focused criteria and make decisions on my business that way or who I'm going to deal with, you can do that because those are personal decisions.
Okay, so I got a scenario for
Yeah.
you. So human rights groups have identified certain companies in the United States that are using Chinese child labor, work labor, you know, let's say criminal activity, you know, the people who are in jail.
Uyghur labor.
Okay. So if someone says, I'm not going to invest in that company because of that report, would that be illegal?
If that,
In other words,
If-
the report, that
if an
is an ESG
individual
status.
if an individual wants to make that decision, the individual has the right to do that.
But a business
if-
this is a business giving a loan to that corporation. This is a bank that wants to loan, that this company's come to for a loan, and they're saying is, well, we don't want to do business with you because you have,
We don't want to
We-
do business with Nike because Nike's using Uyghur labor.
there you go.
That would be, yes, that would be if that is the sole reason that they give, all right?
Well, it's just
you-
one of the many reasons, but
You've got all the metrics as far as the financials you pass. We'll give you the loan.
right, so we're assuming
We'll give-
Nike's a
yeah,
financially sound company.
Yeah.
But the bank says, no, we're not going to loan to you because of this situation in China. And therefore, they should be guilty of this bill.
That would be, that would be discrimination that way, yes.
Okay. Any other question? Representative Bartlett has another question?
I think that, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, Mr. Chair, you alluded to the idea that how would the banking department monitor and enforce this bill?
How would the which say again?
How would the banking department monitor and enforce this bill?
Well, again, if you were requesting a loan as a business or as an individual, you're going to get a reason why your loan was possible to be given or not. And if it can't be given because of some criteria beyond financials, now they have to tell you that. And so now you have the ability to report that to the banking industry and say, I'm being discriminated against because of this. It's going to have to be a claim made by the individual based on the report from those denied services in the case that you're talking about.
I think you're a co-sponsor, so you can't ask questions. So you can testify, but you can't ask questions. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair will call on Representative Voss, who's in support of the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for accepting my testimony here this morning. I did send to every member of the committee earlier today a copy of the highlights from my testimony. I don't tend to write out my testimony. I speak extemporaneously from notes, and these are the notes that I sent you earlier today. I want to focus my well, I should start out by saying that I am, for the record, Representative Michael Vose. I represent Rockingham District 9, the town of Epping, and I serve as chair of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. And I want to focus my testimony this morning on the aspect of ESG that I find most troubling, and that is its promotion of the divestiture of fossil fuels as a way to combat climate change. Now, I've done a lot of reading and studying about climate change over the years, and it's become clear to me that the science is far from settled. Science is never settled, in fact, and that there is no way to say definitively that carbon dioxide is the control knob of the climate. There's just too much research out there that says that isn't so. And even though the media narrative is that carbon dioxide is the culprit, it's too complex a question for the media to grapple with. So they latch onto that idea and promote it, even though its validity in the scientific literature is being questioned more and more often. But if you believe that carbon dioxide is causing climate change and we humans are burning fossil fuels and increasing the amount of carbon dioxide that there is in the atmosphere, you might conclude that stopping the burning of fossil fuels will stop climate change. And the ESG movement is moving in the direction of trying to convince companies to divest their investments in the fossil fuel industry. And one of the most glaring examples of that movement is the Net Zero Banking Alliance, which is a consortium of institutions from around the world, financial institutions primarily, that seeks to encourage the divestiture of investments in fossil fuels by 2050. Currently, the Net Zero Banking Alliance includes 7 of the largest and most influential banks in the United States, including Bank of America, Citi, JP Morgan Chase, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, and Amalgamated Bank. Together, these banks control over $66 trillion in assets. That's a lot of power, economic power. These banks are seeking to use their influence, and they use ESG scores as part of that influence, to convince funds that invest in fossil fuels to divest those investments. So retirement funds, for example, that invest in fossil fuels. The Net Zero Banking Alliance would discourage those retirement funds from investing in fossil fuels. Well, why does that matter? Well, divesting in fossil fuel stocks could collapse the fossil fuel industry. And the collapse of the fossil fuel industry would kill more people than climate change will ever kill. The world runs on fossil fuels. 85% of our energy comes from fossil fuels. If we collapse the fossil fuel market through financial manipulation, such as that envisioned by the Net Zero Banking Alliance, we'll destabilize the world, kill millions, possibly even billions of people, and create instability and chaos throughout the planet. That's why I think bills such as this one that discourage discrimination based on ESG criteria are absolutely necessary for us to prevent a calamity in the world. Now, climate change may turn out to be a problem. That's still an open question. But it won't, even if it does turn out to be a problem, it won't be nearly as big a problem as we would have if the fossil fuel industry collapsed because of the manipulations of financial firms such as those that are members of the Net Zero Banking Alliance. So I urge the committee to give serious consideration to passing this legislation. If it needs amendment to make it enforceable, to make it applicable, then I encourage you to work with the bill sponsor to find those amendments. That's my testimony for this morning. I'm happy to answer questions.
Oh, we do have a question. Ms. Beal.
Chair, if I can ask this question, it's about the fiscal note. Would that be Ways and Means or?
You could,
There is a fiscal note.
there is a fiscal note, yes. So what's
Yes.
in fiscal note? Did you?
Yeah. Not, if you read. Indeterminate. Right, but, could you, there is a fiscal note. And as a Republican, I'm confused in that you would be presenting a bill to this committee that has a fiscal note to it, attached to it.
What,
Can you
no, no, that's not a question.
No, can you justify?
That's asking your hearts and minds, then, I'm surprised, I'm shocked that you would, no, we don't ask questions like that. That's not a question. You're asking his motivation. No, we do not ask people their motivation.
I'm just talking about the fiscal note. There is a fiscal note, and
The fiscal note says 0, so that means there shouldn't be any problem.
And I would remind the member that fiscal notes are not something that the bill sponsor has anything to do with. A fiscal note is a determination by the Speaker's office and the Legislative Budget Assistance Office that there might be some financial impact to the bill, and they try to assess what that is, but it has nothing to do with the bill sponsor.
all right, thank you.
Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you for taking my question. Do you have actual evidence of discrimination of this nature of this bill against individuals or businesses based on ESG scores?
Well, if you consider the fact that the Net Zero Banking Alliance is encouraging retirement funds to divest of fossil fuels, I'd say that's evidence, yes.
Thank you.
Further question?
Further question. Is the government officially participating in the World Economic Forum?
The World Economic Forum, I don't know the answer to that. I suspect not, but it could be. There is a link at the bottom of the testimony that I submitted to the committee that explains what the Net Zero Banking Alliance is and how it operates and how it works. I encourage you to visit that link and learn more about the Net Zero Banking Alliance.
Thank you.
Representative McAleer.
Yes, I'm looking at your notes here, and down at the bottom it says the end game, and it says there lies the path to collectivism. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, what that bullet basically means is that if you look at the economy of China, it is a watered-down version of capitalism called collectivism. So the government doesn't own the means of production as it would in a traditional communist society. The Chinese government allows individual Chinese citizens to own businesses, but it then basically tells people how they can run their businesses, what they can and can't do, to the extent that the government essentially controls business. And that's collectivism. And the Great Reset to Capitalism, as described in the book referred to by the previous speaker, describes how we're on the road to a similar sort of collectivism. And that the ESG score mechanism, which as Representative Hunt pointed out, has been around for a long time, is a mechanism that can be manipulated and abused to achieve that goal.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair will call on Christy Merrill, representing the New Hampshire Bankers Association, who is in opposition to the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
And honorable members of the House Commerce Committee. My name is Christy Merrill. I'm president of the New Hampshire Bankers Association. We represent 38 member banks, which employ nearly 6,000 employees. And we're here today to oppose the legislation. There's been a lot of conversation about the ESG scores. And it's been very fascinating to listen to, but I'm really going to just focus my comments on the legislation which really focuses on, the title talks about social credit scores. So we actually agree with the sponsor that banks and businesses should not discriminate based on subjective and arbitrary standards like social media posts. We are concerned, however, that the legislation will do more harm than good and will invite frivolous lawsuits by any disgruntled bank customer. The title of the bill suggests that it's focused on social credit scores, but it actually goes much more beyond that. Specifically, House Bill 1469 would prohibit banks and other businesses from discriminating against any person or business based on subjective or arbitrary standards, such as social media posts, affiliations with clubs, and it goes on. On its face, that may not seem controversial, but there's a few things I want to point out that we think are really problematic with the legislation. The legislation does not define discrimination in any way, nor does it define the phrase adverse treatment. As a result, we're of the opinion that it will most certainly invite litigation against banks and other financial institutions. With such a broad and open-ended terminology, it leaves the door wide open for any citizen, whether they're an employee, a customer, or otherwise, to bring a complaint against a bank for any perceived discrimination or adverse treatment. And this would put the bank in a very difficult position of trying to disprove an allegation that a decision was based on subjective standards. When you couple that with the hefty fines that are in the legislation, this undoubtedly will subject banks to significant litigation for any conduct that might be perceived as discriminatory. I'd also like to point out that the phrase business practices on page 1, lines 12 through 13, that's also not defined. And so it's not clear what's included, but as it's drafted, it would likely be interpreted to include hiring or employment practices of any kind. And a last point that I think is really important is that we believe this bill is unnecessary because banks are already subjected to extensive regulation, which prohibit discrimination in several ways. For example, the Community Reinvestment Act, the Fair Credit Reporting Act, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, and the Fair Housing Act, they all prohibit discrimination in various contexts. And I just want to go a little deeper on what's known as the CRA, the Community Reinvestment Act. When they're examined, regulators specifically examine banks to evaluate whether a bank is engaging in discriminatory or other legal conduct in lending, which includes a review of the nature, extent, and strength of the evidence of the practices, the policies, and the procedures that the bank or savings association has in place to prevent the practices, and any corrective action that the bank or savings association has taken or committed to take, including voluntary corrective action resulting from self-assessment and any other relevant information. And we've got the federal citation for that. These provisions, that's in addition to all of the other requirements that businesses and employers are already subject to that prohibit discrimination, such as the ADA, the ADEA, the Equal Pay Act, and the Civil Rights Act. So in sum, we agree that New Hampshire banks oppose discrimination, as should all businesses. However, we have objections with this legislation, and we believe there are serious consequences with some of these open-ended provisions that they could pose for our members. And so for those reasons, we oppose the legislation, and we would respectfully ask for an expedient to legislate.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, that the anti-discrimination law now in place could be used if someone felt that the bank didn't give him a loan because he just bought a Sig Saucer a week ago.
We believe banks are already subject to those laws, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Did you want to ask a question? Oh, yes, so Representative Abel, you have a question?
This is a question of the chair, actually. Will the banking department be testifying? Because if so, I may ask this question later.
I have no card from the banking department.
I'm here in 10 if you.
All right.
She
Then may
can
I
testify.
ask a question?
To her or to who?
No, I'll ask it to.
Okay.
Yes, I'll ask it to Christy, to Ms. Merrill. As I understand it, the New Hampshire Banking Department only oversees state banks, banks that are incorporated here. If this legislation were to go into effect, what would be the impact on banks that are foreign banks that are, or even state banks that are federally regulated?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It's our understanding that the banking department regulates other institutions as well besides just state chartered banks, but I think that's a good question. It's not clear to us based on where this statute lies and these provisions lie as to how that relates to federally chartered banks and if this would only apply to state chartered banks.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have a question? I'm sorry. All right.
Yes, please don't escape yet.
Okay.
I believe I heard earlier in your testimony that you had a concern and therefore were opposed to this legislation as presented on the basis of there being no definition of discrimination.
That's correct.
Well, in reference to Section 1, line 4, it seems to me, my reading, that discrimination is defined as being based on ESG scores. Is there something I'm missing here? Because ESG scores, by their very nature, reference criteria and standards in order to determine such a score. And the way I read this sentence, discrimination is based upon that score, the utilization of that score. So I'm a little perplexed and wish that you could clarify that and elaborate, please.
Sure. Section 1 is the purpose statement, and so you're right, it does have that explanation that elaborates on discrimination being based on such scores, but it does not amend any statute, and so as a purpose statement, I don't know that that is a binding definition. There are further, in that Section 2 there are further kind of examples of discrimination, and it kind of describes it, but it's not clear that it actually defines what discrimination is.
Follow up, please.
Further question, may inquire.
So would it satisfy your concern that discrimination is not defined within the subparagraphs of the RSA that is cited in line 9 be satisfied if in fact discrimination was defined somewhere in Section 2 as discrimination based on ESG scores? Would that not remedy your concern?
Representative, I'd be happy to take a look at that. I think that would improve upon some of the concerns that we have, but as we mentioned, we still do have other concerns. There are other terms that are not defined, and we also don't believe it's necessary.
Could I finalize here, please? With respect to that particular concern, would you follow up with me, please, and the committee, and address that concern in writing?
Representative, are you asking me to define discrimination?
No, I'm asking you whether what I proposed would in fact satisfy your concern that discrimination is not defined. You're saying you don't have the ability to do that yourself. Would you, after in consultation and study with colleagues, be able to get back to me and give me an answer?
I'm certainly happy to look at anything that you want to share with us, Representative.
Thank you. Well, I just did. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's best that you email her your exact what you think is the way to resolve that question. And then
Do you want me to reiterate what I said?
I don't want to, we're relying on the clerk. I guess we could re-see the tape, we can watch the tape. But I think the best thing to do is you to spell out exactly what your question is, and then email it to her and all of us, or, and then we can make sure that they address that when we do the subcommittee.
Thank you, I will do so.
Anyone else? See? Thank you very much. Okay. So you will fill out a card for us? Are we all set? Representative Abel, are you all set? Do you still need the banking department to?
No, I don't.
Okay, great. Okay, I got one card left. Betty Grande from Sharon, North Dakota, Heartland Institute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to be in front of you. I was asked by Representative Voss to come today to just give you information regarding this bill. I am Betty Grandy. It's Norwegian, not Spanish, so Grandy. And we are, the Heartland Institute is a national think tank, yet we work on the state level in each and every state, helping with the discovery, development, and promotion of free market solutions in the social and economic problems faced today, focusing on providing national, state, and local officials with reliable and timely research and analysis on important policy information and issues. This bill addresses a growing, insidious, undermining threat to the freedom and association and investment of your constituents and private businesses in your state. This is a far too evidence today to dismiss this as conspiracy theories. As stated so well in the Declaration of Purpose in this particular bill, this is a matter of state concern that directly impacts your citizens and private businesses in New Hampshire. Just 2 years ago, it would be hard to imagine any citizen's access to banking, insurance, travel, goods, services that would be restricted in any way. The freedoms and liberties are so great in our states and in our nation, but we are starting to see this happen. Mr. Chairman, I will say, I've been studying this issue and testified across the states dealing with ESG issues for a couple of years now. This is probably one of the better written pieces of legislation. As a former legislator of 18 years in North Dakota, I've seen a bit and written a bit, and I really like the wording of this much better than the direction other states have taken. So in this, and I do believe, I would say that it's Representative Barry, I'm sorry, I can't see the name, Terry. His point of moving that purpose statement, I think is well heard. I agree with that type of thing. I would say that as it's being in the declaration above, does give legislative intent. So once the intent is in place, then that does direct the bill, even though it's not written into the language. So, point well made. So in first learning about social credit systems is a couple of years ago as I was reading about some things in China that were taking place. The choices, actions, and interactions of individuals in China are so closely monitored, and the scores are based on these arbitrary subjective standards set up by their government in this at a time that I thought this type of thing would never happen here. It is starting to happen. And so in China, what they have is they have a system where they can actually monitor your eyes. And so if you're out on the street, they see who you're talking to. If you're shopping and you stop and you look at a particular article, product, your scores are automatically rolling back and forth through what the government has set up for those standards. And so there are criteria that are in place in other nations. We are not to that point, thank goodness. And yet, the availability of that type of thing is there. And so just so you're aware that this isn't something new, it isn't something somebody just made up as a conspiracy thing. Even in our weakened form of federalism and state autonomy, the state cannot fully control behaviors, choices, and actions of our citizens, though it does exert far more control than many of us have ever really realized, and I think we've seen that over the last couple of years. The growing threat to individual freedoms and liberty is not coming from the government alone, but from the collusion of the government with these large corporations. And so more and more we are seeing large businesses, money-centered banks, insurance companies, and airlines implementing efforts to steer the economy and the choices of the citizens with the nodding approval and privilege provided to them by our government. This is stated in their mission statements. And so, Mr. Chairman, if you would like, later I can send to you to pass along to the committee the mission statements of Bank of America, BlackRock, Lloyd's of London, BMO, and Wells Fargo. I happen to have those with me. They specifically state how they are monitoring and how they want to do this. So, well, why does that matter to New Hampshire? As our banking person just stated, they have their things they're going to follow. Well, their funding or their backing comes from an FDIC. These will also then the money comes from the big guys down to the little guys. So if these guys say, well, we're not going to give you money to loan, we're not going to offer and back the insurance applications that you're wanting to approve, then they can't do that work. It's a top-down thing, and it does happen. It's happening we've seen it in our coal industry in North Dakota, where our coal companies were seeing on a quarterly basis their insurance go up and up and up and up. And why was that? Because Lloyd's of London were saying we are going to divest from fossil fuel. So they weren't allowing insurance to take place in those. They're not allowing these things to be insured. And by doing that, instead of saying we're not going to insure you, we're just going to jack your rates. And so that's how they control that. So this is not China, but because we have the safeguards against it. But if access to banking, credit cards, loans, and travel, and our goods and services are restricted from this top-down subjective measuring stick, how is it any different than a state-imposed restrictions? The results from individual citizens is the same. As well documented in the book that was referred to earlier, The Great Reset, my colleague from the Heartland Institute, Justin Haskins, one of the co-authors with Glenn Beck, have been monitoring social media on ESG, the Environmental Social Governance movement, to social credit scoring. It is all interconnected. The results is less choice, less freedom, and a dimming of the American dream for the average citizen. This is not some boogeyman from the future. It is here. In 2019, the article by the World Economic Forum, which was spoken part just recently, introduced a credit card that will track the carbon footprint as you spend and will cut off your spending once you reach their arbitrary carbon limit. That's MasterCard has done that. Now you can choose not to have that MasterCard, but it's the wave of the future. We've all seen things happen where it's the test run, and then they will move to everybody having to follow this carbon footprint. Less than a year ago, CBS Market Watch ran an article stating that MasterCard will track it and that type of spending. And if you should have received my testimony, you will have links to both of those within the electronic testimony. Please feel free to follow back up. Don't take my word for it. Read it yourself. The best way to protect the freedoms and the choices of our citizens and in the great state of New Hampshire, these subjective standards on how we should live our lives need to be protected. We need to protect our local businesses, our local independent banks from this coercion and the leverage of the suppliers and correspondent relationships. Having served in the North Dakota legislature for over 18 years, but I never saw this type of an insidious overtaking in my time of the freedoms of our choices and our liberties today. We are North Dakota is an energy and agricultural producing state. You guys are very agricultural too. And with that, these are direct targets of this. Call it what you like, but the impacts on our lives will be, and our constituents, from the collusion of these large businesses, federal government cannot be ignored. For more information, you may check out the Heartland Institute or the heartland.org, climaterealism.com, and climateataglance.com. Those are all in my testimony, so you can look those up. On the Climate at a Glance, you have the opportunity to download a digital book that will give you the bullet points of the scientific information that backs this. So there's always the scientific link in each of those, done by and written by scientists. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the committee. And if you, upon your request, I can send you that information. I will stand for question, but a couple of just quick answer some of the questions that were coming up, if I can remember them all here. Yes, the rating system is in place. We've seen it in the coal industry already. So yes, this is happening. Yes, we are involved in the World Economic Forum. I don't recall who asked that. John Kerry is our person that has been attending and is our so-called spokesperson for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We do have a question from Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, and thank you for your testimony and making your way from one frozen state to another frozen state to do so today. Once again, as with my prior question, I'd like to reference something that you said early on in your testimony. I believe that you described Communist China's ESGs as arbitrary and subjective standards. Would you also be in agreement, particularly with reference to how they are determined, and perhaps in contrast to the common understanding of the word arbitrary, that these standards are also patently ideological, philosophical, and political, and further the design of a command and control economy and society?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Terry. When China has set this up, they're setting it up for control of their citizens through their government opinions. So a lot of what they are ranking theirs on are on political standout. So if you're not following their political ideals, what they utilize it mostly for is their means of purchase and transportation is all in a chip form. And so if my score gets too low, my chip won't let me on the bus. If my chip score gets too low, or they want to prevent me from purchasing a particular thing, my chip won't work for the purpose in that purchase. Now, we're not to that extreme, but when a country that large that is gaining this much control is taking it, we need to be aware and not be naive to what is going on. Have I addressed that correctly?
Quick follow-up then. With respect to the ESG
Okay.
applications here in this country at this time, would you agree that there's at least some element of ideology, philosophy, and political element?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Terry, yes, and especially with the ESG and on the environmental side. If you are expanding your carbon footprint too far, then you will be cut off on your finance side, or your insurance rates will be raised. And that is what the ranking is, and that's what the purpose statements are within those major organizations that are forming this. They are granted this ability to do it in the cooperation from when President Biden passed almost immediately upon entering Executive Order 14008. And that executive order said all agencies, all are to start adhering and reviewing everything to this direction.
Representative Hurd, we're pretty late, so you're going to make it a real short, distinct question, right?
Is the Heartland Financial, is Heartland, what's the full name of your, is it the what's the, Heartland
The Heartland
Institute of
Institute.
Financial Education?
Nope.
Or is that just a part of?
We're just the Heartland Institute.
You don't have anything to do with the Heartland Institute of Financial
No.
Education?
No,
Okay,
no, sir.
thank you.
Representative Johnson has a question.
Yes, thank you. Is there an effort to make the Federal Reserve a depository bank?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Johnson, the goal, the final goal in all of this is to have everything in a centralized bank, all banking going centralized.
Follow-up?
Further question?
What is, with that, is individuals can they open up a Federal Reserve like they can in the Bank of New Hampshire or Bank of?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Johnson, I am unaware. Sorry, I can't answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Having no more cards and being hopelessly late. Oh, you want to speak? No, I want to ask a question. Are you?
On your committee. It's Anita.
Oh, I thought you weren't going to be here. All right.
No, I'm late for the first time in 3 years.
I'm sorry, Nita. I didn't recognize you. Yeah, normally you have to be, sitting.
I know, I couldn't find a chair.
Well, I know there's a bunch of them here.
I apologize. I just have two quick questions. In terms of you mentioned the insurance rates going up for the fossil fuel industry. I'm curious to know, how do you know that that's related to social credit scores and not maybe just a function of that there's more litigation in the fossil fuel industry these days? I am, Mr. Chairman and Representative Farrows, I am going by what I have been told by our industry. That is in conversation with the director of the industry. That is how he related it to me. Follow-up?
Further question, you may inquire.
Yeah, this is another subject. In section 2, G1, there's mention of social media participation, clubs, associations, and I guess, I don't know if you can answer it or somebody else. How would this relate if somebody, let's a hypothetical situation, somebody was posting about terrorist activities against the U.S. government? Should that be taken into account in looking at social credit scores? Mr. Chairman and Representative, as a person who didn't directly write this piece of legislation, I'm only testifying on the overall importance of it. I would say that when you get to the disclaimer at the bottom of point 1, physical safety, I think if you want to take that into effect there, and if it needs to be clarified or expanded, I think the bill sponsor would be the one to direct that to. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1469, and I believe I see the sponsor of 1237. And anybody else who would like to testify on 1237, please get a pink card into me. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Christy.
Good morning. I just wanted to introduce two representatives that are sitting in and substituting for Representatives Connie Van Houten and for Tina Fargo,
Yep.
who couldn't be out because of illness today, or couldn't
Right.
be here because of
Right,
illness.
I did.
I've got Representative Gary Woods
Right.
from Bow here,
Yep.
and I've got Representative Maria Perez from Milford.
So is this going to happen more often? Is that the reason why they're here? Because we would never be execing anything today.
I understand. I don't have the answer to that at this time.
Okay.
Both of these
Well,
reps have-
just we're not we don't in Commerce, or at least as long as I am chairman, I have never voted on any bill on the same day in which we've heard it. I believe every bill deserves 24 hours. So we would, if we were to exec a bill, it would be published in the calendar and when our exec day. So, but it's great to have you here and get up to speed on some of the things that we do here in Commerce.
Thanks very
So
much.
welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, we'll open up the hearing and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Clear, and
Okay, so I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. The red button is, can everybody hear me?
yes, we can.
Okay, good, and I'm okay, even with my mask. I just want to be sure everybody hear me. Again, for the record, I am State Representative John Cloutier from Sullivan County District 10, which comprises the entire city of Claremont. And I'm here today as the prime sponsor and in favor of House Bill 1237, which is relative to cigar bars. In other words, if House Bill 1237 becomes law, the amount of revenue from a business establishment in order to qualify as a cigar bar would at least be temporarily lowered from 60 to 30%. And frankly, I introduced this bill at a request of a Claremont constituent who is concerned about the impact of House Bill 392, which passed in 2009 and is now law, which requires that 60% of all revenue from cigar bars be from the sale of cigars. He believes this well-intentioned bill that I voted for has adversely affected certain cigar bars in our state and forced them to modify their businesses in order to not to lose their licenses. And I communicated with him in an email, especially in September of last year. He mentioned that a specific Nashua cigar bar, I'm not going to mention the business by name right now, but later on, if you want, I can share the email to support his assertion. Along with the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, which, as we all know, has negatively impacted many bars, restaurants, and hotels, he believes that state government should be revising some of the provisions of House Bill 392 so as to allow cigar bars to compete with other eating and drinking establishments. Also, he believes that revising the cigar bar law would allow our constituents to gather in such establishments of their choice, reduce roadside litter, which is an environment I'm very concerned about, as well as generate a little bit more revenue in cigar and liquor sales. Now, as you may understand from reading the provisions of House Bill 1237, it is a temporary revision of House Bill 392, a temporary revision of the current 13-year-old cigar bar law that would reduce the revenue requirement in half for 2 years only. If House Bill 1237 became law and state government discovered it wasn't helping cigar bars, reducing roadside litter, and increasing revenue, then we could always return to the original provisions of House Bill 392. In fact, this legislature would have to approve additional legislation either as a separate bill or an amendment to existing bill in order to keep House Bill 1237 as written. And I just want to close with a piece of information. I'm not a user of cigars or other tobacco products of any kind. I don't frequent bars, including cigar bars, on a regular basis. Generally, I do light consumption of alcohol beverages at home. Normally, this isn't the type of bill I would sponsor, along with Representative Stapleton, my co-sponsor. But I believe my constituent has raised some important concerns about our present cigar bar law. Therefore, I urge this committee to give careful consideration of House Bill 1237 in some form. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Bartlett.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Representative
Good morning,
Cloutier.
Representative Bartlett.
Would you please detail how reducing the revenue from cigar bars would reduce roadside litter?
Well, my constituent, again, in his email, he's mentioned he's seen, since the passage of this law, and especially since the pandemic, he's seen an increase of bottles and cans along our roadsides in Claremont and I guess throughout the state. This is what he mentioned to me. I don't know.
Further question, may inquire.
Please elaborate. You're repeating what he said to you, but he must have given you a reason of why there's more bottles and cans on the side of the road.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think because people are not, and it's partly due to the pandemic and the emergency restrictions, but basically people have been gathering those places. So instead, they're going in private homes, or even they're out. And I know in my area, which is a very rural area of our state, people do a lot of drinking out out of doors, especially people, maybe even younger people who really shouldn't be drinking anyway. And they're going along and they're going out in the woods and parks, boat landings, etc. I know from this experience, that especially our younger people do this. They really shouldn't be doing it. And some of them are adults probably who can legally drink, but they don't really have a lot of places these days because of the pandemic. And so the roadside, and I can believe it myself.
Further inquiry?
Thanks very much. So you're saying there's a direct result between the reduction of the revenue in a cigar bar and the increase in roadside litter, and that this is going to solve the problem?
Okay, it will not, it is just one facet. I think we need to do a lot of other things, which probably, I don't want to get off on other bills and other subjects.
It's a tough one to prove.
Okay, all right, I see your point, Representative. Thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
My question is, have you gotten feedback or data from any other constituents or stakeholders when you put this bill together?
I have not myself. As I said, to be honest with you, I have not as of today.
Yeah, just to remind members, just like when we were on Zoom, we always got to turn the mic on. You push the button. There's a big bar. Yep. Got it. Okay. Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you for testifying.
Oh, you're welcome.
I have a concern that cigar bars in earlier years have been given special exemptions, including tax exemptions, and I guess you're speaking for your constituent,
okay.
but if this committee decided that it was necessary to change either the license or the tax situation or something, what do you think would be the effect?
Depending on how the tax, and you're talking about the situation at the state level, right, not the federal level, Representative?
Yes, at the state level,
Because
yes.
obviously the federal could do something and we couldn't do that much about it. If we change some of the state taxes, I would assume maybe their revenue would go up, some liquor revenue, and I realize I guess non-premium and premium are taxed, and I don't think premiums, I'll admit I'm a little confused about that, but they're taxed differently as I understand it. So that's that aspect, I think it's may not be affected, but some changes in our tax laws and exemptions for, might increase the revenue. But I put this forward because of a concern about this bill, which I supported, by the way. I want to be clear, I have nothing against it in principle, but I think it's good from time after 13 years we take a look at the cigar bar law, see if it's working. If it's working, fine, you can ITL this bill. If it's not working, maybe you ought to take this bill, and I trust the wisdom of the committee to maybe, I don't know, maybe make change any of the items you see fit. But at least I would say, hope this committee would do a study of the cigar bar law, see if it's working, and at least, if it's, let's say the ITL, I can always tell the legislature tried, and looked at your concern, but it felt it was working properly. But if it is not working properly, then I feel that, some changes ought to be in mind, because I try to, in filing bills, and I filed a number of bills at constituents' requests, because I think that's part of my duty as a representative, and some of them pass, some of them don't. But I think I'm trying to be open here, and I want to, in my closing statement, this is not normally the type of bill I would sponsor, but my constituent in his email, and I also asked him to submit written testimony via email. He can't be here today to help. I mean, I can submit a copy of his email to the committee if you want later on, and I don't know if
Please do.
You're going to do a subcommittee or anything.
We will do a subcommittee, and please have him send us something.
Okay, I will try to do that. I did send a copy of your email address. I don't know, I guess as of this morning, he hadn't submitted it, because I wanted a copy too.
He did submit a email.
He did,
Yes,
okay.
he did.
And
His
so
name
I'm
is
just,
Keith Ott.
Right, yeah, right, Mr. Ott, that is correct, and I don't know if I can identify specific people, but he did, so good, I'm glad he did submit that, but I also can submit his email he sent me in September.
That'll be fine. We're all set then.
All right, okay,
Okay,
thank you, Mr.
great.
Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and your time and listening to me.
Okay, so we have Lieutenant Matthew Culver and Aiden Moore from the Liquor Commission.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members.
Good morning. Make sure that, yeah, the mic's on. Okay, you just have to make sure the mic's close to you,
Great.
whoever's talking.
All right, thank you. My name is Aiden Moore. I'm the legal coordinator for the State Liquor Commission. With me is Lieutenant Matt Culver, who oversees the administration within the commission. We're here jointly to speak to this bill. Lieutenant Culver has a great deal of data which might be of interest to the committee if there are follow-up questions. We are in opposition, and we don't generally come out and oppose policy questions, but this represents a potential change to the way that the state policy is around alcohol. Granted, COVID was difficult for many, many businesses, but it didn't prompt a significant number of requests to change the eligibility laws for those businesses simply because of the pandemic. We have some concerns also that by reducing the requirement from 60% to 30%, it will bring additional businesses into that market area, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But at the end of 2 years, if they are not able to achieve the 60% figure, then we are setting them up for failure, where we're going to have that license probably taken away simply because of their failure to maintain the eligibility standards associated with the law. So we would recommend and request that the statute remain as it is without making this change. Lieutenant Culver has oversees the quarterly inspections of these businesses, and he can speak very directly to the points about eligibility, how evaluations of those businesses take place, and those procedures, if you would like. Would you like to hear from him first, sir?
That'd be great.
Happy to do it.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow committee members. Currently, in the state of New Hampshire, we have 15 cigar bar licenses issued throughout the state. Only one of those licensees are not currently in compliance with the 60% quarterly gross revenue requirements. So the way the current law reads is 60% of the quarterly gross revenue has to come from cigars or cigar-related products. Cigar-related products are specifically defined by statute, and they include 6 items: cigars, cigar boxes, humidors, yes, so there's 6 items there. And that quarterly gross revenue has to meet the 60% requirement. Anything else that they sell in their businesses actually works against the 60% requirement, right? So if you were to, let's say, sell $1,000 worth of revenue in your business, $600 of that would have to come from cigars or cigar-related products. So the reporting requirements for each of the licensees has to be done on a quarterly basis. So that each quarter, every 3 months, licensees submit to the Division of Enforcement the quarterly reports for the previous quarter. In that, we determine what those figures are and what they represent. Our auditing department examines those, examines invoices that come in, examines the sales that have come out and how those sales have been recorded. That determines their 60% requirement. Now, if they're not in compliance, we work with the licensees to bring them back into compliance, and we certainly have done that and monitored that very closely over the last year, or more, depending on the significance of violations that have been occurring. So currently, again, we only have one that is not meeting the ratio on the cigar bars. Another point to make, and it was brought up earlier in reference to the pandemic, the Division of Enforcement has worked very closely with the licensees, not only during the pandemic when the emergency orders were in place, but afterwards getting the industry back up and running to where it is now. In regards to revenue, over the course of the last 4 years, the cigar bar revenue has stayed pretty flat. In fact, in 2020, we saw a slight increase during the heat of the pandemic to $14,632 generated from the cigar bar licenses. The specific issue regarding the tax exemption on the cigar bars is related to statutes through DRA that exempt premium cigars. Premium cigars, through their statutes, are specifically excluded from the taxation.
So is the premium cigar included in the dollar sales numbers?
It is for our purposes, yes.
Okay. Representative Ammon has a question.
Thank you for your testimony and for coming before the committee. The one not to be named licensee that's out of compliance, by what degree are they out of compliance?
Thank you, Representative. What degree? I don't have the specific figures in front of me. Certainly, Representative.
He's asking, he's answering the question.
Oh, is it by a little bit or a lot?
It's around the 10 to 15%. So 10 to 15%. We have 3 that are closely working with the Division of Enforcement right now in the licensing unit, in the auditing unit, that are floating right around the 60%. So
would you believe that the intent of cigar bars in giving them the license to sell liquor was that it should not, is a service, but it should not actually fundamentally affect their business of selling cigars and pipes and whatever else they sell, so that if they were to lose their license, then they would just be a cigar establishment, which is what that's what their business plan is supposed to be.
Thank you, Chairman.
Believe?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And yes, I believe the original intent of the cigar bar license was for retail cigar locations to have the privilege of selling a beverage to their patronage as they enjoyed their cigar within their establishment. You know, the perspective that we have seen over the last year or so is that new licensees who are struggling with compliance issues are utilizing the license for which it was not intended. And that, by far, is the vast minority of the licensees. Again, there's 15, only 1 is currently not in compliance.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman.
Having no more cards, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1237. And I do see the sponsor for 1591 is here. And so anybody who would like to testify in 1591, please submit a card. Thank you. Good morning, Representative Leachman.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and first, before I start with my prepared remarks, I just want to thank you for your courtesy in allowing the sponsors to appear today versus last Wednesday. Very much appreciated. Mr. Chairman and members of the Commerce Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify in support of HB 1591FN. HB 1591FN renames the Division of Enforcement and Licensing to the Division of Education and Licensing. HB 1591FN contains similar language except for the abolishment of the 20 liquor investigators that appeared in the House version of HB 1 and 2. That's the budget bills last year. HB 1591 reclassifies the investigator positions to licensed specialists. The idea to eliminate the liquor investigator positions within the Liquor Commission is due in large part to the Liquor Commission's disregard to years of well-documented concerns. These concerns are from the Office of the Legislative Budget Assistant, LBA, the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee, the House Finance Committee, legislators, and many others, because the division fails to reflect its true roles and responsibilities. When created in its present form in 2009, the division was, and I quote, to optimize profitability, maintain proper control, effectively and efficiently operate, and to provide service to customers. Last year, Mr. Chairman, another audit of the Enforcement Division presented to the Fiscal Committee again identified very troubling findings. Many of these findings have been identified to the Joint Fiscal Committee in years past and remain unresolved. Some are more than a decade old. The lack of transparency and the willingness of the Liquor Commission to provide requested information as a regulated agency has been well documented in this, the latest audit, and previous audits. I believe last week we had all the audits delivered to the committee for distribution. One of the roles of the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee is to oversee and review financial and performance audits of all state agencies. The latest performance audit, again, February of this last year, which you should have received last week, contains many disturbing behaviors by the Enforcement Division. When the LBA suggested increasing oversight by the legislature, the Liquor Commission responded, "We do not concur." For instance, the Commission has not provided the agreed-upon quarterly reports detailing extra jurisdictional enforcement, since January of 2018, compromising transparency and ethical behavior. The Commission would rather provide narratives rationalizing the division's extra jurisdictional activities, such as this establishing of sobriety checkpoints, saturation patrols, or investigating motor vehicle violations by investigators. The LBA found, and I quote, "The division expanded its scope of operation, actively moving away from regulation and licensees and permittees, and moving towards general policing of the broader segment of society." The sponsors of HB 1591 believe the Commission should focus on its statutory obligations, legally delegated authority, and leave general policing and enforcement to such law enforcement agencies such as the New Hampshire State Police. The lack of transparency in the behavior of the Liquor Commission should concern us all, since in this latest case, the Liquor Commission has again demonstrated for more than another decade an unwillingness to participate in the oversight process, we are obligated to the citizens of this state to make essential changes on how the Liquor Commission operates. And I did print out my written testimony, which I certainly can provide, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Representative Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Leishman, for coming to speak to us, because this is an issue that kind of surprised some of us. And when I look at the sponsors, I'm wondering, to me, I don't know all of the members on the fiscal committee, but this is a bipartisan bill. Can you tell me if all of these sponsors are on the fiscal committee?
Sure, thanks for the question. So, for those of you that don't know what the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee is, it consists of 5 senators and 5 House members, and we generally meet monthly. 2 of the sponsors of the bill, Representative Emmerich and myself, are on the Fiscal Committee. The rest of the sponsors are on the Finance Committee. Hope that
Thanks
answers
very
your
much.
question.
That's very telling.
Any other questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A pleasure to see you.
Pleasure to see you too. Chair will call on Gerald Griffin, who I believe is a co-sponsor of the bill. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I am Representative Gerald Griffin, and I'm here in support of HB 1591, eliminating the Enforcement Division of the Liquor Commission. By way of background, I serve as Vice Chair of Finance 1. I am also a co-sponsor on the bill. During last year's budget process, all funding for the division was eliminated for fiscal '23. The police duties of the division duplicate those of local and state police. This bill merely cleans up the references to the division as they currently appear in our laws and brings those laws into line with the fiscal reality on the ground. The training division and all its functions remain under this bill. The action of Finance 1 was bipartisan and a rare opportunity to save the state money with a minimum of consequences. Most of the members of the Enforcement Division are qualified police and have been through training for police. And with the current employment situation, there are many opportunities for them to remain in their chosen field with either state or local police. The action of Finance was in part driven by recent audit reports of our liquor operations. I joined the legislature in 2016, and during that term, I got to read the then current audit report. I was shocked at the deficiencies and the amount of work that would be required to fix them. I was even more shocked when I returned to the legislature in 2020 to find a brand new audit report that showed little progress had been made. I ask that the committee join with us in support of this bipartisan bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, before you go, just humor me, I guess. Can you give me one example of what you were really shocked about that they have not addressed yet?
You know, it's been some time since I read those reports, and I would really refer any committee member interested in the deficiencies to read those reports. I don't want to go off the top of my head. I don't have the report with me.
I thought maybe you had one salient item that you could really say, boy, it was there in the first report, it was there in the second report, why can't they get this thing fixed?
I understand, but I refer you to the reports.
Okay.
I think you'll be shocked.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair will call up Aiden Moore and Mark Armageddon from the Liquor Commission, and needless to say, they are in opposition to the bill. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Aiden Moore. I'm the legal coordinator for the State Liquor Commission. Prior to assuming this position, I became a member of the Bureau of Enforcement and Licensing in 1981. Served in the Liquor Commission for 26 years. My last 10 were as the chief of that unit. And I cannot tell you how strongly I am opposed to this bill. Some of the legislation, and Chief Armaganian will speak, but I just want to make you aware that some of the provisions of this bill do not provide a pathway to the elimination of these positions and the proposed savings that are supposed to come from them. If all of these people are going to be eliminated, then there is going to be a projected savings of about $2.5 million. But there's also a need to rehire people to serve in a civilian capacity. Plus, the legislature must pay these specialists for 2 years under the personnel rules, as well as payouts, which are going to be approximately over $600,000 for these people to leave. So the savings is really not going to be recognized as it's portrayed. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions on that, but I would ask if, I know Chief Armaganian has quite a bit he'd like to say on this too.
Thank you, Aiden. First of all, for the record, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Mark Armaganian. I'm the Director of Division of Education, Licensing, and Enforcement for the Liquor Commission. I've been asked to give you a little of my background previously to this job. I've been here 4 years. Prior to that, the previous 28 years, I was a commander for the state police. And in several different capacities, had commands from units to troops to bureaus to field areas. One of them being this building and the troop area that covers the capital area, to include regulatory units within the troop, or within the state police. Within my 34 years of law enforcement, I've been deemed, and it's hard for me to say because I am a humble person, I'm a fixer, I'm a doer. And if you need something fixed, let's do it. And that's what we did with this division. And I put 5 minutes down on my card, but it's going to take me a little longer than that. I will provide some written documentation to educate each and every one of you thoroughly on what this division has done in the last 4 years, the restructure of this division, the audit that happened 2 months after I walked in the door and didn't even have a chance to fix anything, and we'll talk about that also. You will hear a little bit, those of you that know me, you'll hear a little bit more directness than you've heard from me in the past, because not only is this frustrating, but it's irritating. This is a dangerous bill. It's dangerous to our communities. It's dangerous to the agency, the industry that it regulates. And to be quite frank, it endangers the welfare of our children in this state that we look out for on a daily basis. And if those people that want to support this bill stick by their guns with it, they are literally flying in the face of what I've just said. Back in 2018, when we walked in and we restructured this division, we changed the face of the command staff. There is not one command staff left. For those of you that have been around a little while, there's not one command staff left in the command structure of this division. The back of the house, our investigators have been changed. The demeanor has been changed. The mission has been redirected with view, with purpose, and with mission. At the end of the day, we're doing business better than, I hate to say, one of my predecessors sitting next to me, but we're doing better than our predecessors have done business. And I will tell you that we are probably, I'd say, 3 months away from being CALIA accredited. One of 18 accredited law enforcement agencies in the state, one of only 2 in the country that are regulatory ABC, alcohol, beverage, and control. We have achieved that mark through audits and through showing our policies and procedures that we are doing everything the way we should be doing at an ultra high level compared to the agencies that are in this state that literally are perceived as the pinnacle of law enforcement, whether federal or state. We are doing it better because there is a vested interest in doing it better. So if I could go through this piece by piece, I have provided, or I will be providing, written documentation to break down for each and every one of you what has transpired in the last 4 years. And it will give you a view of what, moving forward, what we are going to be doing in the future. As I said, in 2018, we restructured. We actually aligned our supervision to have one-on-one control over the investigators and auditors in the field. Not only did that give us more accountability, better accountability, but it made it more efficient and more effective as we move forward. We went from a revenue footprint of 18.3 million to today 19.5 million because of oversight. We are generating revenue for the state. At the same time, we have industry supporting us because we have opened up lines of communication that are beyond what anybody would perceive and believe would happen between a regulatory agency and the people that they regulate. We have a bond, a network, and a support group that you will hear testimony from that support this division being in existence and having oversight over their industry. They should be the first ones sitting at the table saying we don't want it. And they're here backing us. Why? Because when they call us, we answer the call. When they have questions, our customer service is paramount, and it's beyond reproach. They call on the weekends, we respond. And I will tell you that I know a lot of you have reached out to me with different questions over the years and even in this capacity. I have not heard from one sponsor on this bill, not one, except for when I sit in front of Fiscal and get told of stuff that happened 10 years ago that I am not responsible for. And when reading the audit, and everybody will point at the audit, but everybody misses the second page of the executive summary of that audit. In the 7th and 8th paragraph, buried in that audit, says that the current administration is not responsible for the shortfalls, and they are responsible for implementing efficiencies and effectiveness in their beginning stages. Of course, we were just walking in the door when this audit started. It was only published in 2021, 2021, when actually, if you look at what has been completed and what has been presented, and I will follow up on this, Representative, because I don't know what isn't making it to you. What has been presented to Fiscal is that we are at, walking in the door when it was presented, we were at 84% completed on 47 observations. We at this point are at 92% completed. When you ask the auditors, how long does it take you to do 47 observations, they'll tell you 5 years. We did not do that in 9 months. We did it because we were working on it since 2018, and we were changing the way we did business. Why? Because you asked for it, Our citizens asked for it, the industry asked for it, and to be quite frank about it, that's the way we keep our kids safe in this state, is with oversight. So when I hear of some of the stuff last week with the jurisdictional bill that was brought up, and I hear high-speed pursuits and late-night raids, I question where they come from, and I get the same answer. A constituent told me. I'd like to know who that person is. I'd like to know why sitting here is the first time that I hear about stuff when my phone number is available to everybody. I will handle it if we do business wrong, but we're not. So misinformation is placed out there. I'm kind by saying misinformation because there are some fabrications that are out there also. And when I find out about them, I address them. But at the end of the day, I want you to be assured here, through our reporting to this committee quarterly on what might be perceived as extra-jurisdictional, they are life safety issues. And I will tell you that in any other forum in law enforcement, what is perceived as extra-jurisdictional, life safety. I'll give you an example. Down what used to be the store 24, down by South Main Dunkin' Donuts, thank you. What ended up happening late night as one of our investigators was driving back to our Store Street headquarters, he was behind a car at that traffic light. And the car went through a cycle of lights. And the car wasn't moving, so a stop was initiated. He walked up to the car to see a woman slumped over the wheel of the car. She was ODing. He ends up calling rescue and the local police department to get people on board and try to save that woman's life. At the end of the day, that's perceived as an extra-jurisdictional item. There are law enforcement officers throughout this state that are praised for above and beyond credit for saving somebody's life. And we are sitting before you because we are criticized for life safety issues. Cars that have driven off the road while we're going to inspect one of our licensed establishments. When we do that, we are only doing that to check on a life safety issue. State Police Headquarters is then called, and a trooper shows up for it. We are not doing extra-jurisdictional items. We are doing things, we are doing the job within the purview of the authority that this body has given us, that we report to constantly, quarterly, on extra-jurisdictional items since 2017. So, as my mouth is getting dry here, what I also want you to know is that this is an unfunded mandate toward the local departments and municipalities throughout the state. With the consistency of our unit not being out there, you will take away, number one, the administrative process. So everybody is dealt with, infractions are dealt with by misdemeanor or felony, not an administrative finding of, as most of you know, begins with our education platform, educating everybody, and moving up through, of course, accountability. It's a progressive way of doing accountability, not going for the jugular right off the bat. We regulate this industry to a level of industry and community safety. We don't regulate it. We don't under-regulate it. But at the end of the day, after 4 years, Education, we have had 700, even through a pandemic, or the nucleus of the pandemic, because I know we're still in it, 724 events. In 724 events, we have reached out and educated and touched 404,000 people in a population of 1.3 million. We've almost hit half of those in 4 years, educating them on the misuses of alcohol and holding the industry accountable on the misuses of alcohol. At the end of the day, I can only say that our prevention partners, who you will hear from, do not support this, and we have a great relationship with them. Again, the industry that we regulate, whether grocers, restaurant and lodging, and I know I'm going to forget somebody, at the end of the day, they support us. The chiefs support us. The sheriffs support us. The people in your communities, the parents in your communities support what we're doing. If you hear anything that doesn't make sense to you, please pick up the phone, call Mark, and ask me. There are fallacies out there, there is misrepresentations out there, and at the end of the day, it gets pretty disgusting that somebody has to go to those levels to take shots at us. With that, I apologize that I do have a passion for this work. I didn't leave state police because I was disgruntled. I saw an opportunity to change the way business was done with liquor enforcement, and we have done it. And with that in mind, I don't know, was there a question asked? I'm sorry. Okay. With that in mind, I will take any questions, whether on this job or another job.
Okay, Representative Bartlett has a question.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And thanks for coming and talking to us about these issues. I think one of the things that we have a tough time balancing is that as a legislature, we have a responsibility to look at the finances of every division. And the Liquor Commission certainly is a revenue-producing division, but it has its expenses as well. I think that you would agree that it is fair that there is an audit done on a fairly regular basis of any agency.
Absolutely.
And that's part of our job. But I also think that the timing that, as you point out, is terribly important, that you had just come into the job, though it had been about 6 years since the previous audit when you came in, and there were still open items that you were trying to address. Given all of that, if this bill were to pass or to be amended, would it be fair, and this is going to go to subcommittee because there's going to be lots more questions about all of this, but would it be fair to extend the passage of this bill for, say, 2 years? That would have given you about 6 years to implement the changes that you wanted to make that would address some of the enforcement and issues that came up by audit. We're trying, like I said, we're trying to balance our responsibility with what your division does, which is a very important division, not only to this agency, to this committee, but certainly to the state.
Absolutely. And thank you for your question, and great to see you represented. I would respectfully just disagree with that for a couple of reasons. Number one, revenue-wise, we operate on a $4.2, $4.3 million budget in the division and generate just short of $20 million. That is done because of the men and women that are on the sworn side of the House, along with the men and women that are on the auditing side of the House. If we lose those positions, first of all, you can't just civilianize those positions, of course, as you know. and those law enforcement officers who have bought into and are educated in a career field just say, okay, I'm going to be a civilian now. They're going to stay in law enforcement, which was brought up. It definitely was brought up. We have found that the pandemic has actually, in creating positions, which was brought up, has brought our prospective employees closer to us. We're not a stepping stone. We're actually an agency that has people within it that care about the work that they're doing. I can't help nor speak of some of the shortfalls and some of the great things that have been done in the mid to early 90s with Aiden's group, and some of the shortfalls with some of my predecessors. I can't speak of that. We do keep bringing that up. I'm not responsible for that. I was a homicide detective when that happened, working on some of the most egregious crimes in the state. But I can tell you this, my reputation precedes me. I'm not being arrogant by saying that. I'm a fixer. And at this point, I don't think we need the 6 years because we're at 94% of fixing those audit observations now. And what has been left over is actually statutory change and rule change. I was asked quite recently why the policies of the division have been left for the last to be changed. We've done the 700 rules. We've done the 500 rules. We've done the 1100 rules. As this body knows, that's a
Can you tell us what those rules are?
So they're direct shipping, licensing, auditing. The 600 rules are the rules that actually govern the enforcement policies. Thank you. And the 200 rules, which govern our administrative hearings. The reason why they were done in that order is because every one of the previous rules stated, series of rules, actually directly affects the 600 and 200 rules. You'll keep changing those two if you do it that way. But what we did do, and I don't want anybody to think, because this will be thrown out there, the 600 rules weren't done. The 600 policies on enforcement weren't done. For those of you that were in the military or know what we would call SOPs, our policy, standard operating procedures, those were done when I walked through the door. We needed to do them. They needed to be updated. They were terrible. They needed to have position, they needed to have purpose, and they were done right off the bat. The problem with this, the audit was, just to be quite frank about it and transparent, I was asked to do a assessment, a 90-day assessment when I walked in the door. That 90 days turned into 6 months really quick. By November of that year, I turned to the deputy and said, oh my gosh, there's so much here. We need to stop. We need to document what we're doing. We need to start changing things. It was taking us too long because we were tripping over rocks and finding stuff underneath them that wasn't obvious. And we started doing it. I was naive. I will say this, and I don't say this often. I was naive to think that the great work that the men and women of that division did in the 4 or 3 years previous to the publication of that audit would have been earmarked in the audit. But all I was told was it's outside of the audit period. So I got 2 lines in the second to the last, in the last paragraph of the executive summary that said, I'm not responsible for it and I've done some stuff. That's what I got out of it. And they pretty much, and I don't mean, I guess I am being facetious here, my document that was given, which was a very brief document, maybe 30 pages, from an ultra high level, maybe 100,000 foot level, my face was shoved into my own information and said, what have you done in the last 4 years? That's what I walked into. I took it like I should, but at the end of the day, we're at a point now where we have answered in front of fiscal well, at one point it was monthly. We've moved to quarterly, and we report to you in this committee quarterly on what is perceived as there is total transparency with what we do on a daily basis. These documents are also posted on our homepage. As soon as you open it up, you'll see what we're doing for activity. And speaking of which, and talking about regulatory focus, through from 2019 to 2021, the division has handled 42,212 calls for service and conducted 1,937 criminal and administrative investigations of liquor law violations. Not domestic violence, not any of the other egregious crimes. This division is specialized. We've been asked to be specialized by the chiefs of police that have oversight of the jurisdictions that a lot of you have oversight of or represent, the sheriff's departments, and quite frankly, select persons and mayors throughout the state. There really is, some of the things that have been said from the past could be very true. They are not true today in 2022. They are not true, period. And if anybody would like to speak to me about that, please, I leave my phone number totally available to talk about, but I have heard from nothing on anything that has fallen short other than this audit. Did I answer your question, Representative? I'm sorry.
Thanks very much.
I really, I think those of you that have known me from testifying here over the last 15 years know that this is way under my skin right now.
We
I'm
get
sorry.
the feeling of that. Yes, Representative Terry.
Thank you, sir. Your passion has certainly been recognized in your remarks and also the responses to the questions that have been put to you. I'm trying to distill the difference between you and the sponsors of the bill as I listen to everything that's being said here. And I'm wondering if this would be an accurate assessment at this point. Apparently there's an audit, and the audit covered a period of time which predates your leadership of this division. Is that correct? And I better continue, otherwise I'm going to have to keep asking for permission for follow-ups. So what I've heard you say is that the deficiencies and perhaps abuses or neglects or whatever, the problems that are identified in that audit for a prior period have largely been addressed and rectified, such that it appears as though the sponsors of the bill are either unaware of this or they just generally have a philosophical difference as to how things ought to be operated, whether we ought to have an enforcement division or not. So because I'm sorry that I've wrapped up essentially 3 questions in one, but it has saved me from having to continue to ask for permission with the second and third part of the question. So I made it ABC instead of 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Representative. It was efficient. I'm going to break it down if I forget a part. First and foremost, I won't speak on behalf of the representative, and it seems like Division 1, Fiscal Division 1, because I don't know. I haven't spoken to them. The only person I had spoken to at the time was Representative Ober when I walked in the door here. And we had a great conversation, and it was left at that. And I told her what my focus was. I will tell you that the audit period, fiscal 18-19, is within the time that I'm here. Fiscal 18, I came in April 6th to be exact, of 2017, 2 months before the audit period. So I was learning names and processes and going through my own assessment of the division during the audit time. The deficiencies that they found, and they had the time to dig in the weeds, were the deficiencies that I found too. At a different level, of course, because I'm not a full-time auditor. I have to run a division, and I had some risk assessments to make really quick. And we did that. And we took on the sworn part of the division primarily right out of the chute because that was our biggest risk. We had a law enforcement risk. So, and a safety concern. So we took it on. It was the obvious. At the same time, as we move forward, yes, we're at 90, and somebody can correct me here. I think we're at 90, between 92 and 94% completed with the audit findings. So with that in mind, yes, your assessment is right, other than it sounded like I wasn't here for the audit period, but I was. It was when I was walking in the door.
To conclude, so I understand. So in effect, you might be understood to be saying, in short, the solution that is being proposed for cited deficiencies is no longer needed because you actually are at 94% with respect to addressing the deficiencies that this bill proposes to remedy by eliminating the enforcement division. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions.
Thank you.
Could you help me understand, in House Bill 2, is it true that the line items for your division, were they removed in whole or in part? And if so, how are you operating going forward if your division is not financed and
Those positions were removed. Those line items were removed, and they were placed back in again.
So in the committee of conference report, they were put back into the budget. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. What kind of arrests does the Liquor Commission need to be able to make that cannot be done by state police at the request of and with evidence provided by the Liquor Commission after having obtained a warrant by a judge, and how many of these arrests are made every year?
So I don't have my arrest numbers. If you civilianize the division, there's statute that actually allows police officers to transfer probable cause to each other. If they are not law enforcement officers, they are witnesses, like any other civilian. So at that point, it hampers the efficiency of an investigation to the point where time, as you know, time is of the essence in a lot of these investigations. And we're not talking small investigations. As you've seen on the news, we're talking death resulting investigations where the state police, and state police keeps being mentioned here. And believe me, the state police is very fond to me. Of course, I spent my whole adult life over there. State police and death resulting crashes, as they relate to our licensed establishment, will defer to us because the mindset is because we specialize in navigating through our licensed establishments, they would rather have us do it and ascertain documentation and evidence than them do it.
Follow, just for clarification.
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you. So just to clarify, by having sworn officers as part of the Liquor Commission, it is so for the obtaining of evidence that could be used in criminal prosecution as opposed to eyewitness testimony. So there's rules of evidence, there's chain of custody, there's, okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. So I dawned on me that these reports were in our committee room from last week, and everybody had already gone home when I saw them, so that's why they're being distributed now. So you now have the audits that are being referred to.
Spend a week of good quality reading.
So everyone will have a chance to read up on them before we do the subcommittee next week. Okay. Chair will call on Henry Veyu of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association, who has concerns.
Henry.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Veyu, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. The association has taken a look at the bill, and as I put down on my card, has some concerns with the bill, and primarily in two parts. One part is that at the end of the day, if something like this was done, what the industry wouldn't want to see happen is that the enforcement role just be transferred from the plainclothes enforcement folks at the commission to uniform either state or local officers. We're a hospitality industry, and I think folks have a concern with, the hospitality atmosphere of uniformed enforcement folks. And that is not to say that the state and local enforcement folks don't do a good job at what they do. The uniformed officer in the back, Chief Goldstein, does a great job for Franklin. But again, it's the hospitality atmosphere that we're trying to provide, and I would additionally say that, and I think Chief Armageddon touched on it. When there are issues, when maybe a licensee felt that the approach that the enforcement folks took, that his team took, I will say that Mike Summers, who's president of the association, who's planning to be here today, but he couldn't, always picks up the phone and speaks with Chief Armageddon, and it's nice to have one person really to reach out to. Again, if the enforcement was then dispersed to state and local folks, there are a lot of other relationships that I think Mike would have to develop to talk about maybe the approach that those officials were taking. So I would say that they are responsive. Where there have been, instances where maybe the approach of his team wasn't right, he's been responsive. So those are basically the concerns we have. So if you were to move in this direction, I think just be cautious because at the end of the day, the devil we know is, we would prefer that than the devil we don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Any other, no questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Chair will call on Dr. Torella from Department of Health and Human Services. Chiarella? Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, you have to pull it pretty close, yeah. Because of the
Can you
mask.
hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Dr. Sai Chirala. I'm from the Division of Public Health. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Population Health. I'm here representing the Department of Health and Human Services, and we are in opposition for this bill. Just to give you the background, this bill has currently written will have long-term consequences for our underage sale for tobacco, our underage use for tobacco, alcohol, and liquor, and it also will impact our prevention and treatment resources for our mental health and substance use. So just to give you the background, I just want to start with numbers because we love numbers. So in New Hampshire, we have around 9 out of 10 smokers who start smoking at even before the age of 18. So you're looking at a very younger age for the start. And once you have this, and especially now we have a vaping epidemic going on in our state. For example, in our 2019 Youth Risk Behavior Survey, we have around 34% of our high school students reporting that they use vaping. When compared to the new US average, it's only 13%. So we have a big issue there. And 2 years ago, we have come to this committee to talk about increasing the age for the tobacco sales to 21. So that's a big thing that we have been talking about. So tobacco use not only have an impact on the lung-related illnesses, especially during this COVID pandemic, but it also, for youth, it has negative health effects. They're also at risk of adverse brain development because, again, with the nicotine, this has an addictive product that has a direct impact on the developing brains. So these are some of the issues. And one example I just want to think about from a numbers perspective, tobacco or smoking causes smoking-related healthcare cost in New Hampshire specifically is $729 million per year. So just imagine that's the cost that we have to bear. And when I'm looking at this one, I have a couple of questions for the committee to think about. If the goal is to eliminate the liquor enforcement or the enforcement group of this group, what's the plan for the replacement for services provided by under this one? One is retail tobacco licensing, retail restaurant licensing for alcohol and liquor, underage sales and monitoring for all products, so alcohol, tobacco, liquor. And the most important is what is the plan for SINAR? I'll go more detail about SINAR kind of thing. Basically, SINAR amendment requires, like all states and territories, whoever get the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration money, they have to enact and enforce laws prohibiting tobacco sales to minors. So basically, we in New Hampshire State received $13 million as a block grant to support our mental health and substance use. And we proportion a small portion work with our MOU with the DLE to do that services. And that actually would be impacted. So if we do not have a DLE, we would have to work with our local enforcement, state enforcement, and roughly we have to pay almost close to $500,000+ to do that work on a regular basis. So if you're thinking about some of these things, the most important piece is this impact of this legislation is like a lot of these services, we would have to depend on our state and local departments to do that. And I'm more concerned about what kind of an enforcement we would be seeing and how that would impact long-term issues, our underage health issues for our really vulnerable population. So those are some of our talking points, and I'm open to taking questions. And thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee member? Well, we do have a question, Representative Abel.
Yeah. Okay, I've got it. Thank you. Thank you so much for testifying. Let me be sure that I heard you correctly. You're estimating or projecting that your department would spend $400,000 more under this scenario?
Thank you for the question. Representative, what we are estimating is we have an MOU with the DLE to provide the services, which is around $50,000 roughly, which is a big investment from our end. But if we have to do with every local city, and think about that from Nashua, Manchester, smaller towns, so we are estimating it to be close to 400,000, and this was 2020 estimates, so inflation, so you're looking at close to $500,000.
Representative Bartlett.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And thanks for coming and pointing out an important issue of what Liquor Commission also enforces. I think we kind of sometimes lose track of the fact that the tobacco-related incidents are also part of their enforcement. So I guess I have to make that a question. Would you believe I appreciate your being here?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that input.
Right. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
And I just want you to know that I would not forget it because I'm the one who actually ran the subcommittee, the legislation, to effectuate that the Liquor Commission enforcers were enforcing the tobacco law. It was me. Okay. We'll go from smoking to liquor. Kate Fry from New Futures. But you probably care about smoking too.
Good morning, members of the committee, and I was going to say I care about both, and I'll be addressing both in my testimony. A lot of what I was going to bring up was already brought up, so I won't repeat it, and I do have written testimony, so I will just highlight a few things. Again, my name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that advocates, educates, and collaborates to work on health and wellness issues. We work extensively with policymakers, state agencies, prevention partners to reduce alcohol and other drug problems in our state. We oppose 1591, which would eliminate the enforcement authority of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. As you know, the division has many responsibilities, but they include the enforcement of the state's alcoholic beverage laws and administrative code of rule, and providing education, awareness, and outreach programming for licensing, other law enforcement, and public groups. And I just want to say that the division is really part of New Hampshire's larger public health infrastructure when it comes to preventing young people from alcohol and tobacco use. You hopefully will have a sign-in sheet from the online blue sheet of prevention organizations, youth advocacy groups that find the Division of Liquor Enforcement a really important partner in their work, working with young people and working on preventing substance misuse in their communities. Simply put, if this bill were to go into effect, it would jeopardize the safe operation of licensed vaping and alcohol establishments and the division's ability to protect vulnerable age youth. Dr. Shirala already spoke to the SINAR issue, which we would be very concerned about. The loss of that funding would greatly impact prevention, treatment, and recovery funds to the state. So we don't take that lightly at all. And I also just want to point out, tragically, late last year, we saw firsthand what happens when liquor establishments decide to not follow the law. The Happy Crab restaurant in Salem, New Hampshire, served 2 teenagers 17 drinks, while the bartender also participated drinking along with them. And later that evening, one of the teenagers got behind the wheel and crashed the vehicle, almost killing himself and all 3 passengers. The Liquor Commission moved quickly to suspend the restaurant's license in an ongoing investigation. The enforcement of alcohol beverage control laws is an important component of a comprehensive program designed to protect the public health and safety. Fortunately, we don't hear about these type of tragic accidents every day, but if you were to eliminate an enforcement agency whose job is to enforce those laws, it would set the state back, and I'm very sure that it would result in devastating results. And then I just wanted to add a few things. While I completely respect the sponsors who brought this bill forward, we were also concerned about the audit. We have several concerns. We have been in touch with the Liquor Commission Division of Enforcement on that. I think our avenue is that we don't always feel that the Liquor Commission Division of Enforcement goes far enough, so we have our own concerns. But I would wholeheartedly agree that we have been able to have really frank conversations. We work very closely with the Liquor Commission Division of Enforcement. When we have issues and then we hear about them in the field, we bring them to Mark's attention, and right away we get an answer of what may or may not have happened. And I think a perfect example of how we work collaboratively was Tobacco 21 a few years ago, where the state law was at 19, the federal law was at 21. There was a struggle in enforcement because of the state law still being 19, and we really worked through policy issues with that division and other tobacco-free New Hampshire partners, and I think we ended up with a great result. So that is my testimony, and I will leave my written with you.
Thank you. So do we have any questions? I guess we're all set. Thank you, Kate. And you got one more card left. Nancy Vaughn from the American Heart Association.
Good morning, almost afternoon. For the record, I'm Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association in New Hampshire, and I'm coming before you in opposition to this bill. I do have written testimony, which I will turn in, but I just wanted to first of all let people know, because I really haven't been in front of this group talking on tobacco issues for a while, but the American Heart Association has been involved for many decades on tobacco control. It is the tobacco use is the #1 preventable cause of death from heart disease and stroke, and a preventable cause of heart disease, risk factors in general. So this is a very important part of what the Liquor Commission does here in New Hampshire is as others before me mentioned, is the tobacco control issue, which they have responsibility for working with tobacco retailers, first of all, on educating them on the law, and that's really the predominant role that they do play. If there are retailers who continue to fall out of compliance with the federal and state law on Tobacco 21, then they have other resources that they can implement to ensure they eventually do go into compliance. Without the Liquor Commission Division of Enforcement being able to carry this out, we also have concerns that this would fall on local law enforcement authorities, and for the same reasons others have given, this is not an ideal situation for dealing with underage tobacco use. Again, we want the responsibility to remain predominantly on the retailers complying with the law and not selling to underage buyers. But if this is carried out mainly at the local level, we do have concerns that youth will be the target of these enforcement issues, and this is a group that is purposefully being marketed to with these tobacco products. Kids are getting hooked on nicotine in both traditional tobacco products, as well as electronic cigarettes. So we do not want to see them further punished with monetary fees and fines that could come down on them from the local level if caught with these products. We really, again, it's the retailers that we want to see worked with on complying with the law. So again, I do have written testimony, but if you have any questions at this point on our involvement.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, that if we were to pass this legislation, we would probably have to revisit the tobacco statutes and figure out who's now going to enforce all these things that the...
Yes, thank you very much for bringing that up, Representative Hunt. 126K is the youth access law. It is not mentioned in the language of this bill at all, but it has many provisions within 126K that address youth tobacco use. And again, it is the Liquor Commission Division of Enforcement that carries those out. We, as an organization, would like actually to see work done on 126K to remove the penalties for youth if caught with tobacco products. I don't know if that is a possibility with this bill, but it is something that we would like to see. But we do want to protect 126K because it is the only enforcement that we have to protect youth from tobacco products.
Fair enough. Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Having no more cards, we have blue online, which shows 3 people in support, 20 opposed, and most of them are people of the members of the public. But I do see in opposition is the New Hampshire Municipal Association, the American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network, and Breathe New Hampshire. So clearly, smoking gun is behind this issue. And 1591, also, so the blue sheet signed up today. We have 4 people in support, Joe Griffin, Ken Weiler, Peter Leishman, and Bill Hatch. In opposition, we have Vanessa Shaheen, Mark Amaganan, Danielle Elliston, and Matthew Culver, both of the they're all 3 of them in the Liquor Commission. And Elizabeth Sargent, excuse me, Elizabeth, the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police is in opposition. And David Goldstein from, I'm not sure, but he's in opposition. And then Representative David Lowe is also in opposition. And with that, we'll close the public hearing in 1591. And yes, we'll be doing the subcommittee next week. Okay, and otherwise we are adjourned to lunch.
I noticed that too, but I know, we have to take that into consideration. Something that's happened, it's helpful to hear from you and others that have the relationship
seen these audits, and I've seen your commissioners, now you have one.
Thank you. Take care. Yes, sure, sure.
My daughter's got this 40 years ago. And if you want something, what irritates me is that you just get, there's something you testify to that you just got. And it's forever. Forever.
I checked with Michael Payne before I came in.
So here we're thinking, it's been received, and we should talk to Rose, because Rose, as you know, Rose Wyatt is heading up our cap. So, and that's one thing we want these guys to have, is the cap also, to know, it is, I will tell you that, and I did say it.
Sorry, I gotta forget, on Zoom, I always gotta take my mics on. I gotta remember anything, put my mic on. So, good afternoon. You may proceed. Yep, put your green, you're on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Rebecca McWilliams. I'm a representative for the west side of Concord, so you are currently sitting in my district. Welcome. I'm here to introduce Bill 1523, and this is not set in stone. This is really what I consider to be a draft to start a conversation with the members of the committee about solving a problem that I believe has been a long time coming and is certainly ongoing. So just by way of background, I am a mom of 3 kids under the age of 5. I have 4-year-old twins who are currently in a daycare. Actually, right now they're in daycare. And I have a 1-year-old who is staying at home with my husband. And if we could find adequate care for her, he would be able to go back to the workforce. But like so many stories I'm sure you have heard across the state of New Hampshire, we have a lot of caregivers for younger kids who have been sidelined due to COVID and lack of quality daycare facilities, who are not able to participate in the workforce because they have to stay home and take care of children. This also happens to grandparents, of course. We've just got people across the state who are out of the workforce caring for kids. And so it's a nut that needs to be cracked. It's an ongoing problem. We had this issue pre-COVID, but I think COVID, we could all agree, has exacerbated this significantly. We've had quite a few daycares that have closed because of COVID and don't look like they're coming back online anytime soon. But with a little bit of help and support, I think there's opportunity for us to solve this problem, and hence the bill. The goal here is to create a revolving New Hampshire Child Care Fund. So speaking in really broad terms, what this bill does is it creates a fund that's meant to be revolving and collecting interest and getting money back year after year, so it's not just a one-time thing. Approximately half of the fund would be dedicated to supporting facility needs. So if you would like to open up a new daycare and you need to renovate a building and you'd like to take out a loan to do those renovation project tasks, this fund could help you with a loan. If you're looking to buy or purchase a new facility, same thing. It's a potential supplementary source of income for, not income, supplementary source of funds for you to start up a child care facility. And often, I've heard this in other committees and in other discussions about child care in the legislature. Often what I hear from people across the state is that the bar to starting a child care is significant because you need to come up with your own funds in order to open. And oftentimes that's too much for one person or even a small business to take on. And so instead they decide to go into a different field. I think that that's kind of been pervasive over the years, that people who are qualified otherwise choose another field because they can't get access to capital. So this fund would solve the access to capital issue in the form of loans, and collecting some interest on those loans would allow the fund to regenerate and continue going. The second half of the fund is intended to help the situation I described earlier. We have caregivers who have been sidelined and are unable to participate in the workforce because right now they are caring for children who are not yet old enough to go to public school. And so these otherwise completely eligible to work adults have been taken out of the workforce, and if they could have help either finding supplementary tuition or overall tuition, or of course we're talking about creating new child care facilities with the second half of the fund, then we would be regenerating, replenishing the industry of child care in New Hampshire, which right now is in dire straits. So that's kind of the overall background as to what we're talking about with this revolving child care fund bill. Obviously, I've made some assumptions in the draft, and I certainly would be happy to participate in a working group to talk about some changes to this. Right now, I have this fund flowing through the Department of Health and Human Services, which, as I understand, has not administered this kind of fund before, so there would need to be some expertise, key hires, accounting, bookkeeping, and even following New Hampshire banking law. So those are new roles that would have to be created in DHHS in order to administer the fund if it were determined that the fund should live under DHHS, which is an assumption right now in the draft of the bill. Really, I think The goal here is to set up a bucket, right? So we want to have a place for funds to go. And obviously, I mean, I'll say it out loud, obviously this is preemptive, expecting that we will be receiving some federal funds, at which time the Build Back Better Act passes, specifically dedicated to childcare. So the anticipation is the funds are coming, let's set up a bucket to receive those funds. And I know this is a little bit complicated because I don't want to actually hire accountant, bookkeeper, legal-minded folks to manage the fund if the fund has not been funded. That would be a waste of taxpayer dollars. Or in this case, that would be a waste of any dollars that came into the fund before it was ready to actually be used. But at such time that the fund is funded, that would be when I'd want to pull the trigger and actually hire the experts to manage the fund. So it's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem, but I don't want to waste money about it. So I think we probably would need to do some tweaks on how the timing works. Let's just say Build Back Better Act sends us $200 million to New Hampshire for childcare. We have the fund ready to go. Within 90 days of receipt of federal funding, then we hire experts to address that. So that's something that this bill is silent on, but I think it could be worked out. And then finally, just want to note that there is a fiscal note on here from the Department of Health and Human Services. Obviously, they have some concerns about personnel and cost, and it's indeterminate as to what the cost would be. And I think that's fair because depending on the size of the portfolio, you know, if we're talking about several $100 million, that probably is 2 to 4 positions. But if the dollar value is less than that, it may only be 1 position. It really depends on what we're managing here. So it's indeterminate because we don't even know the scope. But just anecdotally, I will tell you that as the legislature, we have an opportunity to step up and create this bucket to receive funds. And if we don't do this, if the funds show up and go into our general fund, then we lose out on the opportunity to really target them to solve the underlying problem, which is we have a real issue with the childcare business in New Hampshire, losing facilities, not being able to start a facility, and parents who otherwise could work but are stuck home with their kids because they can't find quality childcare. So with that, I'm happy to take questions on the bill.
Okay, do see some questions. Representative Bartlett.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And thanks for coming to see us with this great idea, Representative McWilliams. Full disclosure, I'm president of the board of the Merrimack Valley Daycare Center. We struggle with this issue year after year after year. A couple of things. Would you be willing to consider an amendment to make this a study committee? Because you're right, this is a very complicated issue, and there are a lot of considerations to be addressed. But the other part of that's not in here, and I'm wondering if you're considering this, is staffing is huge. That's one of the things that many daycare centers struggle with week to week, not even just month to month, because they can, many childcare workers can make more money at Dunkin' Donuts or Walmart than they can taking care of our children, because this is not a priority for our society. Would you be willing to amend this so that we could look at this in a whole, and the other part of this is that the childcare education programs have been eliminated in the budget over the last 5 years for our university system.
Whew, 3-part question. Okay, we've got study committee, staffing, and the pipeline. All right, let's start with study committee. Obviously, I would like to get the whole apple, but if this needs to become a study committee, I'm willing to work with this committee and do a study committee this fall. I would be open to that. My preference would be to try to resolve some of these things a little bit earlier through a working committee if possible. But yes, I'm open to that. In terms of paying workers as part of the fund, I think that when I say that tuition is the second half of the fund, tuition includes wages for staff at a daycare facility. So I don't know that it needs to be broken out further as wages versus just saying it's meant to be tuition assistance for children whose caregivers otherwise would be working. So I think it's a little squishy, but we could talk about it in a work session. I think that when you start to get into the weeds about what a fund can and cannot be spent on, there's winners and losers, and I think tuition kind of keeps it more of a general I would say that in a broad stroke, tuition for childcare in New Hampshire has actually gone up pretty significantly in the last 2 years. And I'm just speaking from personal experience since my 4-year-olds have been in a childcare facility for the last 3 years. The dollar value has gone up almost $500 a month. So that's a lot for a family that may have one working parent and one not working parent. It's a lot. So I think I'm open to a conversation about applying tuition dollars or how the tuition is determined. But I think that wages is certainly one of the issues that we've looked at in childcare. We've tried to crunch this many different ways. You're absolutely right to say that you can make more money working at Dunkin' Donuts at the window than you can working at a childcare facility. And honestly, that is really sad for the future of childcare because we have graduates, workforce, coming out of high school who may be really interested in working with kids, but they know they can make more money at a retail job. And it may not just be Dunkin' Donuts, it could be anything in retail. And not saying that we don't need people working retail jobs in New Hampshire, but when someone is sidelined immediately after graduation, they have a passion for kids, they may have already been a babysitter and gotten CPR certified, they're halfway there. And then they decide, well, this isn't the future for me because there's no money in it. Then we just end up with this ongoing cycle of we can't find people to work at care facilities because they've already decided that it's not the business for them to be in for a long-term career. So certainly pipeline is a concern. I know we had some programs probably 10 or 12 years ago as part of high school to allow students to get their certificate at a technical college in order to immediately become a daycare worker and manage a class full-time. My understanding is that those programs got unfunded, that you can't do that anymore. So you would have to go out on your own and spend your own dollars to get your certificate, either online or taking some classes in person. I think that creates a barrier to entry. Certainly, if we're able to do this with other apprenticeship and trade programs for construction, I don't know why we shouldn't be able to do this for childcare because there's a huge need in New Hampshire, and we're not meeting it right now.
Yep, Representative Weston.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative McWilliams, for bringing this to us. I like the idea of having some structure already in place in case this money does come through. We don't want to wait too long and not have the facility set up. I am curious, though, why you've chosen DHHS to manage this. And my understanding was that in the past there was a child care fund managed through the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund. And I'm wondering why you wouldn't use that same structure.
Great question. So the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund did administer some funds for child care tuition through the late 1990s. And then they ran out of money. So it basically just dissolved and went into the Community Loan Fund's general fund. So there, to my understanding, there is not a focus right now at the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund related to child care and tuition for child care. I think that it's great to have a nonprofit that can be focused on something like this, but I don't believe that all of the funds that we're expecting to receive from the Fed would need to go to a nonprofit to be administered, because they would have to go through the request for proposal process, right? So they would be submitting a proposal, competing with other nonprofits to administer a fund. And then if they are awarded, or multiple nonprofits are awarded this RFP, then they would receive a slice of the pizza, say a 16th of the slice of the pizza. And I really want the whole pizza to be administered in one place. So while a nonprofit managing small dollars may make sense, I think it's wiser over the course of how this will play out to keep an extra administrative hurdle out of it, and also for the dollars we're talking about to make sure that it's managed in one place.
Thank you.
Representative Herbert.
I think this has to go to some sort of study committee. I mean, I can think of a lot of things that need to be firm before it becomes legislation. And I mean, if you could make a profit on taking care of these kids, believe me, this wouldn't be happening. We wouldn't be having this conversation. So obviously, that's not the case, which means that the federal government is going to have to get involved. How you exactly do that needs to be figured out, and how you know, and you've gone through some scenarios which make sense to me, but it just needs to be hammered out. I mean, there are just, it's going to be a government program, period. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So the private sector cannot and will not invest enough money. So, and any kindergarten that would survive.
Is there a question here?
So I think that in order to get it, support, it would be my recommendation, I think, that you.
It's not a question, that's an opinion.
If you go to a study committee scenario, I think you might get somewhere, which is what, I don't know how to ask the question.
Would you believe he thinks he needs a study committee?
Would you believe what?
That you think we need to go to study on this?
Yeah, I believe you need to go to a study committee. Would you believe that we should do that?
Thank you for the
Yeah.
question.
This is why I don't make a lot of speeches.
Representative Bartlett.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if you'd had a chance to run this by the New Hampshire Council for Child Advocacy.
I have not, no.
I think that they could be, I think you'd find that they'd be very helpful.
Thank you.
Representative Perez.
Thank you. Do you believe that if we pass this bill, we can utilize some of the other industries that they're already using colleges and trade schools, like BII system, for example? You know, they have some programs that they train people, and they already have a job lined up after they finish their 15 weeks of training. Do you believe that this bill, maybe we can utilize those ideas from other programs, and then we can have more people trained and then quickly meet our time, and then have daycares or providers that can have jobs lined up for the people who's getting this type of training?
I think providing training is always a good idea. I think the challenge that we are running into right now in New Hampshire is wages, and perhaps there could be a bonus related to completing training in order to incentivize, but to get people to attend that training, they have to be able to see the cherry or the apple or whatever they're chasing. And so right now, I think it's become a less wanted industry by people who are entering the workforce, because they don't see that cherry at the end. If they were to go through the training, is it really going to be worth it for me and my family when I start making money? And so training is great. I think creating an easy way to get training, especially as part of a high school curriculum, is awesome. But there also needs to be something a little bit more in order to make it something people are willing to do.
Representative McAleer.
Yes, thank you for coming today. Just a question here. You're talking about providing financing and investment services. Do you see that the folks controlling this basically hire outside fund advisors, investors, investment firms? Or are you doing it yourself?
You know, I think it really depends on the value of the fund, right?
So-
It depends on the value of the fund, right? If we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, it may make sense to bring in outside investors so that some of that fund that's set aside can collect interest in good investments. But if the size of the fund was only, say, 10 to 25 million, probably wouldn't be bringing in outside investors for something somewhat smaller, right?
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for presenting the bill and answering our questions. You mentioned earlier that it costs too much to open a business, and yet there's this tremendous demand and need for childcare, which I agree. So what are the obstacles to these businesses, private businesses, being able to open? Have you looked at regulations, statutes, current statutes now that might be hindering a private business from opening? And why is it the state's responsibility to take care of your child's care needs?
Okay, let's start with the hindrances to business. Generally, what we're looking at is someone who wants to start a daycare and they want to open up a facility, so they need to either buy a building or lease a space. Usually they're going to lease a space as a step in the right direction. So they're going to need to get a business loan. Often, and this is true across any business in New Hampshire, often the issues with getting a business loan are debt to income, right? When we're looking at somebody who wants to start a daycare facility, they may already have significant credit card debt. And so the bank will say, I'm really sorry, but you just have too much debt. We can't take a chance on you with a business loan. One of the other things we run into is someone who has already failed doing some other business. And so the bank will say, well, it looks like you defaulted on a previous loan, and so we're not willing to give this to you again. Folks who, this is broad swath and not meant to mean everyone, but as a general, folks who want to start a daycare facility in New Hampshire are not in it for the money, and they tend not to have the money behind the business startup in order to show, oh, hey, I own my house, so you could use my home as collateral for this loan. We're talking about someone who may already be renting and doesn't have a lot of cash saved up to say that they're putting in a certain percentage to start the business. So they don't look like a good bet to a typical private bank, but that doesn't mean they don't love children and wouldn't be good at it. It just means that when you look at them on paper, they're not a good bet for a private bank. And that's typically when we're asking the state, or in this case, the Fed through the state, to step in and to support something that we need as a service for the state, because we're seeing an awful lot of caregivers who can't work right now due to lack of daycare facilities that sideline the economy. We have way more people hiring than we have jobs right now as a general rule in New Hampshire, and I hope that we can come up with some solutions to shake out more of those employees to work. I think providing opportunity for daycare businesses to start would then provide more care providers and free up some of these people to work in the jobs. So your second question was, why is it the state's responsibility to provide care for kids? And I would say, in general, it's the state's responsibility to provide an education for all of the children in New Hampshire. We've already committed to do that through our public schools, and we're extending that through vouchers, however people choose to learn. So we've committed as a state to provide funding to children's education. We're already there. Now we're talking about the children under the age of 5 who are not yet in kindergarten, but we know as a state that this is causing us serious problems with our economy and our workforce. And so we decide, yes, also educating younger children makes sense, and we're willing to tackle that.
Oh, we do have Representative Beal.
Just a quick question. Have you talked to the BIA regarding this proposed legislation?
I have
Business
not.
and Industry Association?
I have not yet, but I look forward to it.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I have one other card here from Department of Health and Human Services, Karen Hebert and John Williams.
And Chairman Hunt, members of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee, my name is John Williams, and I am the Legislative Director for Health and Human Services. It is a pleasure to appear before your committee. I don't come here very often, but I always have a wonderful time in working with your committee.
Charm will get you everywhere.
So, and with me today is, I'll have her introduce herself.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Hebert. I'm the Director for the Division of Economic and Housing Stability for the department.
And I just want to start off on a couple of just high-level points. I would like to start off on a couple of high-level points, and I do want to thank the committee and also the bill's sponsor, Representative McWilliams, and her willingness to examine the issues and looking at other approaches perhaps to accomplishing her goal. It's very clear that the Department of Health and Human Services is not a financial institution. We are not an investment institution, and for us to comply with the request here with no state fund or general fund appropriation to stand up the program, we lack the expertise to do the kind of thoughtful work that needs to be done with a bill like this. So I have to say, Representative Weston, I did not know of the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund, but perhaps that's something that could be looked at as a similar kind of approach to appropriately managing these funds. Whether the investment that the money might be received by the department is $1 or $1 billion, it still requires us to comply with all banking laws and regulations as any other financial institution or investment institution. We do a good job in the works that we do in serving the citizens of New Hampshire to making them healthier, to have them grant independence, but we're not an investment institution. So again, I just wanted to thank the sponsor and her willingness to re-examine the assumption of placing this responsibility on our agency. I would like to ask our director, Ms. Hebert, if she would provide commentary to the committee from her review of the legislation.
Thank you. So I also want to give Representative McWilliams a great amount of credit. Any efforts or ideas to improve the childcare industry are always worth examining. So I'm really appreciative that she's able to bring that forward. There is the potential of some duplicity in the bill where it does seek to establish resources for childcare providers, including startups. So these resources do exist in New Hampshire, as you may know, such as the Community Development Finance Authority and the Community Loan Fund, which, as I understand, will offer services including tax credits, loans, and grants for providers. There is also may be helpful to know the ongoing efforts that are being made by the department currently with respect to federal funding that the Bureau of Child Development and Head Start Collaboration has been distributing. It's approximately over $142 million in the last year as a result of the various COVID funding streams that we've received. And we're really making efforts to distribute that funding to support the childcare industry. There's a lot of work left to be done, and I think that while this is certainly an idea, we want to make sure that it is not duplicative of certain efforts that are currently being made by the department with some of this federal funding. And that includes stabilization dollars, over $49 million that's been distributed. There are over 800 providers across the state. 615 of them have taken advantage of this funding resource to help stabilize their programs. It doesn't answer everything, but indeed it is hoping to make a particular dent in that process. So there is also an additional discretionary fund from the American Rescue Plan dollars and the amount of $29 million that we're trying to, and working with our stakeholders to try to identify what are the priorities that would be, that money would be useful for. And we're really narrowing that down to a number of workforce initiatives, provider assistance, and family support. Those initiatives are being developed and planned as we speak. And currently, there are initiatives going on to expand, or really pilot programs right now, to try to test the expansion for individuals who may be eligible for the child care, what's known as the Child Care Scholarship Program. It's child care assistance, and what we want to be able to do is test the expansion of income eligibility for this. It's paid for through the Child Care Development Fund, which is a federal funding stream. And if we're able to be successful in some of these pilot programs, we want to be able to bring that into the agency budget in the future and hopefully be able to serve many more parents than what are currently able to utilize in, or to be eligible for that particular funding. There are a couple of other initiatives that are ongoing as well with respect to raising non-traditional, raising rates, state payment rates for providers, providing non-traditional hours, and continuing to provide employer support for child care, all in response to what's known as the cliff effect. So there's a lot in the industry that it's a complex industry, and also complicated by a number of influencing factors. One of them, for example, is the cliff effect, which is for individuals who may be receiving public assistance, who, by way of acquiring employment, which increases their income, leaves them no longer eligible for public assistance. Yet the difference is such that they fall off the cliff, essentially, where the income that they're now making is not what they were making while they were on public assistance benefits. So there's trying to find ways that we can incentivize making that easier for people so they don't fall off that cliff. So we can try to engage with people who are receiving public assistance so that they can return to work. Are there any questions? Oh, you want to keep going?
So, yes, Chairman Hunt, I just wanted for clarification, on page 3, starting on lines 9 through 10, the bill does, currently as drafted, make clear that the funds would be separate from the Child Care Scholarship Program. And I just, out of fairness to the bill sponsor, that the commentary by Director Hebert was meant to elaborate on those efforts we're making around the Child Care Scholarship. And I just wanted to, as a point of reference, bring that to the committee's attention, that the bill was meant not to encroach upon those dollars.
He actually has a question. All right. Representative Hubert.
Does, there's a federal program called the Aid to Families, I forget what it's called.
It used to be called the Aid to Families with Dependent Children, AFDC, which has been replaced by TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, is that an area that, a funding area that might be available to this kind of a program?
I could certainly look into that further, but I don't believe so because of the regulations around federal funding that would be for this particular purpose. TANF funding has specific purposes that have to be met for the use of that funding, and this would not be one of them.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, you get off easy today, Williams. All right. I don't have any more cards. So the blue sheets, Representative Megan Murray, Representative Maria Perez, and Representative McWilliams are in support. Online, there was 61 people for it and 4 opposed. And with that, I will close the public hearing. And this will be scheduled for our subcommittee next week. Okay.
She gets it over and over.
Well, you know,
But
we're
I'll
dealing
hope,
with all
I
kinds
mean,
of
I'll hope,
personalities.
I know, but I'll help her, because this is a really good issue. But she's got to do some work.
Yeah.
I'm already at 20 years of daycare stuff. And it's all well and good to have this
Well, I
money.
mean, we could write up an amendment to make it a study committee
Yeah,
and
right.
no time flat. I
Right,
could do that.
right.
Want me to do that? And bring it to the study committee?
Sure, you want to do that? That's fine. It's coming up next week.
Yeah, I know. Well, except I probably won't be at.
Well, I can do it. I should
Oh,
do it.
you're gonna do it?
Yeah, I should do it.
That's like a boilerplate note.
Yep.
Pretty easy. All right, now.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's not going to go through.
This one's gonna be interesting too.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's crazy. They're not going to do anything for New Hampshire.
I had something on this meeting. Somebody wrote me a nice long letter on that.
Well,
But it's a good idea not to have. cherry once in a while. Then they would drink out of like a pocket pot. I've always been a, Urnophile, is that the correct word? You say wine enthusiast. Urnophile.
One thing that my husband does is,
I think I'd like to do that. That's my style.
I'm somewhat waiting for the sponsor because he has another hearing going on, but, is anybody else on this bill? He's the only one on it.
You want to just introduce it?
All right, so how are we doing for time here? So this, we just started this. And we have mental health parity, we have 2:45, so we can give it a little bit of time. Environmental Services, DES, okay. All right. Nice tie. Who makes that tie?
Cushion shop? I don't know.
Isn't that a local place for you? Tommy Hilfiger, yes.
These are nice, too.
Tommy Hilfiger has a boat. It's a huge, huge yacht. And he was parked out in front of one of the hotels we were staying at. And every day you could see they get out, they get a pump. They have this big water slide. It's like a 2-story water slide.
Hey, life's tough when you're really that rich.
And yeah, that filthy rich.
waiting to speak at 1:45, and so I certainly apologize for my tardiness.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, through you to my esteemed colleagues of the General Court, my name is Bill Boyd, and I represent District 21 in Hillsborough, Town of Merrimack. I come to you today before you to present House Bill 1589, which prohibits the sale of products containing intentionally added PFAS. The language that you have before you on the bill is modeled after Maine's law, which was recently passed within the last year. The key components to this bill are twofold. It's phasing out rug and fabric treatments by 2024, and it includes another phase of other PFAS-laden products phased out by 2030. As I know, many of you are aware of the issues and the challenges that my community of Merrimack has experienced regarding PFAS. I know that all of you are aware from reading stories in the paper about the long-term impacts that PFAS have on people, especially the way that it impacts bodies and the way that it impacts fetal development. But even more so, how this chemical has impacted my community of Merrimack, but the communities of Londonderry, Litchfield, Amherst, and the communities that surround the Pease Air Force Base. As a consequence, forever chemicals have become a permanent fixture in our life, and subsequently, with PFAS comes a long shelf life that has far-reaching impacts as it relates to not only our natural resources, but on our public health. Many of you were given Commissioner Scott's letter to the committee regarding the cost of what it would cost to enact the law and begin the process of how we would phase out these PFAS products. And I certainly want to thank DES for putting that together, because what I am proposing is significant. And while the timeline is ambitious, it certainly is an element of concern that he has and expressed in his letter. Out of all the PFAS bills that I've raised this year, I can actually say this is a letter where I didn't see the word opposed. He actually said concerned. And I'm very grateful for the commissioner for amplifying that kind of language. I would suggest to you that the cost concerns are certainly legitimate. I don't dismiss that. But if we're going to move forward on creating a program within DES that puts down the foundation and hires an individual to create the mechanics as to how we're going to evaluate and restrict these types of PFAS products in New Hampshire, there's going to have to be a level of funding, and we're going to need an individual to provide a level of data collection that would be necessary. And what I would also argue is a very mission-critical first step for should the law be signed, should the bill be signed and passed and be signed into law, would certainly be a necessary first step for it to be successful. We don't want to be asking companies that do this sort of thing to go through a process and not have the foundation to provide that support to back it up. New Hampshire has a unique opportunity to be a leader in minimizing the effects on PFAS by eliminating and reducing PFAS in both household and commercial sources. And the products are numerous. Microwave popcorn bags, dental floss, things that, items that we take for granted on our daily basis. You know, once we're done with them and once we use them, they get discarded. And consequently, when they're discarded, generally ends up in our landfills. So from my standpoint, it's important to realize that there are certain landfills in New Hampshire that do have PFAS sitting underneath the cap. And some of those landfills are beginning to leach out into our groundwater, into our surface water. So I would suggest to all of you that if by imposing this type of restriction on PFAS-laden products, we're actually going to be protecting the new generations of landfills that the state regretfully is going to have to be dealing with over the next couple of years as we move forward. So what I would say to you is that I certainly would urge passage of House Bill 1589, but I am flexible because this is something brand new. I know Maine kind of went out on their own, kind of like a brave new world kind of thing. They jumped into the bathtub without checking the temperature to see whether it was hot water or cold water. They just decided to do it. I certainly would embrace any suggestions legislatively or from DES as to what would be, should you not agree with the law that I'm proposing, what would be a reasonable and systemic process to address these specific PFAS products that could have a long-lasting impact, not just on public health, but also on the landfills that these products do fill. So I certainly want to thank, through you, Mr. Chairman, to my esteemed colleagues again of the General Court, I thank you very much for your time and attention. And again, I certainly do apologize again for my tardiness. And if anybody has any questions, I would be gracious to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Yes, Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and taking my question, which is, who, if any, stakeholders did you involve in when you put this bill together, which I understand is clearly modeled on what Maine has done?
Candidly, no one, me. I actually have a good friend that lives in Maine that has a professional relationship with the Maine sponsor, Senator Rick Bennett out of Oxford, and I had a conversation with him about his goals and his intentions, and you know, I'm a newly elected state representative, so it's probably foolhardy to not go out and embrace the agency that would be impacted, and certainly, you know, my legislative colleagues on both sides of the aisle. So if anybody's offended, I certainly do apologize, but I wanted to at least begin the conversation that this is potentially a problem that New Hampshire is going to have to address, and I would rather be proactive and put it on everybody's radar than to wondering why we didn't address it and we're reacting to a problem. But I thank you for the question.
Thank you.
It's a fair one. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Beal.
Thank you.
Representative
Boyd.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. I want to thank you for bringing forward this legislation. I think it's very important. This might be a question for DES, but the amount of money that it would cost to fund an individual to manage this, could you see maybe this money coming privately from?
So, just a quick pivot. I serve on the New Hampshire Drinking Water and Groundwater Advisory Commission. Commission was tasked with investing $250 some odd million from the MTBE settlement fund to address 4 specific water issues impacting infrastructure, source water development, source water protection, and water quality. And for the last 4.5 years that I've been on the commission, we've done some amazing work with that money. So using that as analogous to what we're talking about now, I think there's a unique opportunity to create some type of a trust fund or an endowment to begin to tackle these particular issues. And again, as I alluded to previously, it's going to take a certain amount of capital to start a program like this up to manage what we're seeking to do. And I would think that as companies, if the law does get enacted, that means companies are going to have to pivot to different technologies, and they're going to have to phase out what they're using. Then yeah, I think there's a unique opportunity for private contributions to contribute to an endowment. And you know, again, not that we're fans of studies or commissions or anything to that effect, but an endowment, I think, could have a far more reaching impact on tackling this issue, knowing full well that there's a private corpus that's being used to interact with municipalities that may be impacted by this, and having not to be cliche, but to have a far-reaching impact in remediating the problem. So I would say coming full circle, yes, I think that would be an interesting solution. Whether or not it's feasible and palatable is a different story. But I agree with you.
Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for coming before our committee with this issue right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay. My question is that you were basing this on legislation that passed in the state of Maine.
Correct.
Another very small state.
Correct.
When is it effective in that state, and
It's already effective now.
it's effective now,
Yeah.
and what is the impact of nationally produced products and their distribution to the state of Maine?
It's a good question. I don't have an answer. I'd be more than happy to reach out to my resources and get you an answer to that. What I can tell you is what Maine did went global. The Guardian picked it up, Wall Street Journal picked it up, because it is legitimately the first ban on PFAS products worldwide. First legitimate ban on PFAS products. So it got global coverage. It's very popular. The legislation's popular over in Europe. Europe being, I think, a little bit more savvy. And obviously, which each individual, there's a cultural component to all the individual countries in Europe. So I think they get the long-term impacts of that. But as far as the immediate impact to the state of Maine, I'm not privy, but I'd be more than happy to research that for you and circle back with you.
That would be great.
No,
Ask
thank you,
another question.
Representative.
Further question?
Thanks very much. And another question I've got is, how would this be enforced?
So, it's a great question. The timeline, and again, I want to amplify the letter that Commissioner Scott wrote regarding the aggressive timeline. I think if we're going to talk about enforceability, then I would readily admit to you that 2023 to begin a foundation to implement in 2024 probably is not realistic. So it would be a conversation to have with DES as to what would be a realistic guideline of making the appropriation in their budget, having it go through the House and the Senate, and then actually, once, if it's kept in the budget and signed into law by the governor, then the onus becomes on DES to put together a set of criteria. And depending on what DES in their informed opinion would be, that would drive the criteria for a person working that job, I think would take some time. And then, as I think all of us are sensitive to, small businesses today are struggling to put people in coffee shops. I was at Einstein's, and they only had one person working the counter because the two people that were going to be there were out sick. So I think that is analogous to, are we going to be able to find somebody that's going to want to apply for the job to be able to do the job that we're tasking them to do? So I think the timeline, based on how I wrote the law, is overly aggressive, and I certainly would want to circle that back to a more appropriate timeline where criteria can be created, processes and protocols can be created, and putting out the appropriate want ad for assistance, so that DES can actually interview and vet candidates that would be appropriate. So it's a fair question, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh.
Real question? Yeah. How is Maine funding its legislation?
If I remember correctly, Governor Mills appropriated $40 million. And I don't, again, I'm relying on testimony that I read, and also, quite candidly, the Portland Press Herald and the Lewiston Sun Journal for the reporting that occurred, but it was Governor Mills that appropriated $40 million. But I think the $40 million was combined with two other PFAS bills that passed simultaneously. It was part of a larger package. So it's a fair question. I'd be more than happy to figure out what was the total dollar amount appropriated to getting that program up and running. You're welcome.
Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could ask, and thank you for taking my question. My question is, would you believe a very famous philosopher who said, "This is deja vu all over again"?
As opposed to vous jardez, that some of this has never happened?
Would you believe this is a very similar problem to lead?
Yes.
We're going through the same process. Would you believe that we had a product, lead, which was in paint, made some of the best paint we've ever had. We had it in our water pipes. We had it in our gasoline. And we had to make that societal determination that that was no longer compatible with our societal goals of health. Would you believe that this is exactly the same process?
I agree. I don't disagree with you, Dr. Representative, and I would say to amplify that, DES still has a lead remediation program that they're still managing in New Hampshire, and they are still removing lead paint from houses, not just, down here, but also up in the North Country.
Yeah, I'm on commissions to look at
Okay,
that.
there you go. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, again, my apologies to my colleagues for my tardiness.
No problem. Okay, so now we have Department of DES with Mike Winsat and Amy Rousseau. Good afternoon.
There we go. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsat. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES. And with me today is Amy Russo, who is our PFAS Program Coordinator at DES. We appreciate the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1589. To be clear, we're not taking a position on this bill, but we did identify some concerns, and I think Representative Boyd, the sponsor, highlighted some of those that we wanted to share with the committee. And first of all, I want to thank the sponsor, Representative Boyd, has been a great leader in the Merrimack area, where we have a lot of PFAS problems that we've been dealing with. The agency has been struggling with and working very hard to address very widespread PFAS contamination in groundwater, both on the seacoast and in southern New Hampshire since 2014, and in southern New Hampshire since 2016. So this is something that has dominated much of our time and resources for good reason. And I want to emphasize that we do support really any efforts that can help to reduce exposure of New Hampshire citizens to PFAS. Having said that, the concerns that we've identified for this bill are related, as it's been discussed already, to the resources. As Representative Boyd indicated, sort of a cutting-edge bill, doing something that's not really being done in other parts of the country yet, and that Maine was the leader on. We have some history in the program, in the department, of dealing with a similar program, and that would be with mercury and switches and mercury-added products, which we worked on many years ago. So this is not something that we would be unable to do, but I think as the bill is crafted, it is, as has been discussed, a little bit ambitious in terms of timing, that it would require us to set up a program, do rulemaking, do a lot of outreach, and then get going by January of 23, which would be, given that this bill, if passed, would likely be signed into law in the summer of 22, that's going to give us very little time to get underway. So if a bill like this were to pass, we would like to see much more realistic timelines in it. And I guess if you think about the way the budget process works, we'll be working on a budget this summer for implementation in, the new budget biennium would start in July of 23. So, or excuse me, July of 24. So if we looked at something where we could work our needs and our resource requirements into the budget, that would make it much more easy for us to implement it. I'll also mention that regionally, there are some programs that could make implementation of this kind of legislation much easier for individual states. If this is something that were to happen across many states or regionally or even nationally, there is precedent for organizations that do the kind of data collection that would be required by a bill like this and centralize that. Manufacturers tend to like that because then they have one reporting authority they can go to, and it covers them for the whole country or the region. So that's something that I think, New Hampshire's not typically on the bleeding edge of these kinds of initiatives. We're going to be watching, and I have, colleagues in Maine that I'll be communicating with as they go through this implementation process, and I'm sure we will learn a lot. But having said that really describes our concerns about this bill, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, Representative Hebert has a question.
Have you had the time or Have you had the time to research whether or not there might be federal funds similar to the efforts like Brownfield's efforts or other efforts that have been funded in the past? Is there anything in that area that the funding might be able to assist, our ability to do what the cleanup is?
It is possible. We've not done any of that research yet. That's certainly something we could look at.
Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you very much for coming and testifying. I wonder, since we've had experiences with lead and with mercury, whether this would pardon me, whether we would be better off trying to deal with prohibiting the sale of products that contain PFAS, or should we be spending our time first on waste, on containing it once it's no longer, when it's thrown in the in the dump or wherever it goes?
Well, thank you for the question. Yeah, in essence, for really, we started working pretty hard when we determined that there was groundwater contamination at the Pease Trade Port in 2014. But that was largely a Superfund effort. And then in 2016, really, it just, with what happened in southern New Hampshire and the widespread detection of groundwater and drinking water contamination, that's when we've been, really putting all the resources we could possibly put to PFAS. And most of that work has been about, in the first instance, making sure that people aren't drinking contaminated water, that if their well's impacted, that they, in the first instance, get bottled water or some kind of treatment on. And then we've also been working with significant success, but we've got more to do in extending public water systems for people to connect to. So that's been our primary. But in the process of that, we've also looked at what we have at our landfills. And we know, as Representative Boyd indicated, there are substantial contributions of waste that go into a landfill that do contain PFAS. We have had all of our operating landfills and a number of closed landfills where we still can get a leachate sample their leachate for PFAS, and uniformly we find PFAS in all of the leachate from all those landfills. So we're looking at that, and basically the way that leachate is handled right now, it is typically collected at a landfill, trucked to wastewater treatment facilities, and then integrated into the wastewater treatment facilities influent for treatment. Those processes don't really effectively treat PFAS compounds. What they really do is distribute some of it to the sludge, and some of it goes out in the actual water that's just wastewater effluent that's discharged in most cases to a river as a receiving stream. That's the bad news. The good news is that in those cases, we are not seeing resulting concentrations in those rivers that cause concern. Having said that, it's still not a good story, right? And so we're looking at determining what we can do to control that at the source, at least at the source of the leachate. We're looking at issues of, and there are already one or more facilities in New Hampshire that do some form of leachate treatment prior to sending it to a wastewater facility. So that's something that's still a work in progress, but the short answer to your question is yes, we need to be looking at that waste issue as well.
Yep, Representative Billiam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is the timeline of the implementation of this bill the only concern you have at this point?
Well, I think the primary concern is the timeline. I would also say that it's never, New Hampshire has often benefited from not being on the cutting edge of these things. We have seen programs implemented by other states, watched and learned from them, and then in many cases been able to come in a little bit later and implement a program that's more effective. So the timeline is our primary concern. We're not taking a position on the bill, so I'm not sure there's much more I can say about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got one more card here. David Jewett from BIA. In opposition to the bill?
Well, we have concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dave Juvet. I'm a Senior Vice President for Public Policy with the Business and Industry Association, which serves as New Hampshire's statewide Chamber of Commerce for the next 3 weeks. I'm also serving as interim president for the association, a role I will be happy to give up in early February. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I've handed out my testimony, so I won't read from it because I know that you're interested in getting on to your next hearing in a timely manner. The BIA is opposed to this legislation because we think it's not ready for prime time. And one of the individuals on your committee asked what I thought was a really good question, which was, did the sponsor reach out to any other stakeholders or entities or the DES or anyone who might have been able and willing to work with them on this legislation to craft something that would be better able for the state to implement? And what we're most worried about with the bill as is drafted is the impact that it would have on so many products that are a part of our everyday lives, and also products that will be a part of our future, especially those concerning sustainable energy products. So I would urge the committee to be cautious with this far-reaching legislation, and I would invite the sponsor. I don't want to suggest a study commission because I've been around a long time, and you know, the less we say about study commissions, the better. Yeah. You don't have to have a study commission. We're able to pull together manufacturers who will have impact. We're able to the BIA is able to pull together members from the American Chemistry Council who will have important information. The sponsor can bring to this group impacted individuals. I was a resident of Merrimack for 10 years, so you know, I understand the significance of the impact of this issue in that area and the importance with finding a solution moving forward. We just want to make sure that the solution is the right solution. So I'd invite the sponsor to reach out to us, get us all around a table. This is not the type of thing that can be done in one meeting, but we're all willing to sit down and try and come up with legislation that I would characterize as being ready for prime time. Mr. Chair, I will be happy to try and answer any questions the committee might have.
Okay, any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Your comment was about the impact on products and manufacturers. Can you comment on the impact on human health?
I cannot, except to recognize that PFAS has been identified as having an impact on public health. And I'm not trying to minimize that, Representative Bolio. I'm suggesting that this is an issue we should all be working on to make improvements. And several examples have been cited: work with lead, products containing mercury, brownfields. There are solutions that are available, and I believe that to be true with PFAS too. I think that it will require a thoughtful process with all stakeholders to make sure that any legislation emerging from that is good legislation that has taken into account everybody's best information on that issue.
Thank you.
Representative Ahern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions.
Certainly.
You had mentioned it could have an effect on our future, the products that we use in the future. Could you just elaborate, just for my own curiosity? You mentioned it could affect products that deal with sustainable energy?
Yes, thanks for the question. On the second page of my testimony, I photocopied for your information a page that was provided to me by the American Chemistry Council that tries to demonstrate the vast array of products that where there's a PFAS component. And one of the products I learned about recently is products related to offshore wind development. And that is certainly a exciting prospect. We're in the very early stages of that, but we don't want to unintentionally pass legislation that would act as an impediment from those projects taking place here.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify on House Bill 1589? Seeing none, the blue sheets, we have Representative David, is it Fox? Love. Oh, David Love, oh, okay. Love is in support, and Mark Brown from the Alliance for Automobile Innovation, which is in opposition. And on overnight, we had 14 support and none opposed. And with that, I will close the public hearing. Yeah, 220.
Move right into 1620.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's I'm delighted to be here, be back on the third floor, be back with the Commerce Committee. and miss you guys a lot. And as I was sharing with the chair just a few minutes ago, that my experience on the Commerce Committee with 60, 70 plus bills every session has served as a wonderful training ground for the Education Committee with 103 bills this term. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name's Dave Luno. I represent the people of Hopkinton and Concord, and serve on the Education Committee. Here to introduce House Bill 1622. It's important, I think, to lay the context. But here in New Hampshire, we're in a public health crisis that nobody could have imagined even a few years ago. Substance use disorders, anxiety and stress at home, in schools, and in the workplace. Healthcare workers at the end of their rope, emergency rooms at capacity, all beyond anyone's imagination. So here comes House Bill 1622, and it really addresses three core elements. The first is enforcement of mental health parity laws. The second is reimbursement rates are part of that parity. And the third is it provides accountability to patients and providers through private right of action. So I'd like to address each of these three core elements specifically. The first one, enforcement. The bill ensures enforcement of the mental health parity and addiction equity laws that we have established here in New Hampshire. Simply put, insurance carriers shouldn't treat folks with mental health or addiction health care needs differently than folks with other health care needs. Insurance carriers might say they're already doing this, and the insurance department might say they aren't receiving any complaints. But the fact is, one of the largest carriers in the state is not being fair to patients or providers, and in many cases has failed to provide timely, what are called remittances, to mental health care providers. Many of these practitioners are solo, and these remittances could include payment of the services covered by insurance, or an explanation of why the claim was denied. But no remittances at all, nothing, no explanation for months. The carriers know this is happening. They're meeting with the providers to try to settle them down. When providers take on a patient with an insurance card, they expect to be paid. And then nothing, no payment, no denial, nothing. And patients are strung out for months, and maybe they're on the hook for paying a denied claim. Or maybe it's better not to seek treatment at all. Yeah, that's what some patients are thinking. Maybe it's better not to seek treatment at all. So among other things, House Bill 1622 sets up a real and meaningful complaint process. So people and providers can actually have access to justice and parity. It's about respect. Back to the core things this bill does. Number two, it makes clear that reimbursement rates for behavioral health services are part of parity, in-person and remote. Mental health care reimbursements should be treated on par with physical health care reimbursements, not slowed down, not denied because the visit was performed remotely, and not held in limbo. And finally, number three, it establishes a private right of action for people and providers to be able to enforce the pre-existing requirement that Medicaid expansion's reimbursement rates for behavioral health are at a level ensuring access and capacity. New Hampshire is one of only 4 states that do not allow people to hold the insurance department and carriers accountable to follow state laws. I've been in this committee before to improve consumer protection laws. The chair knows this. And my work with RSA 358A, to give granite staters the right to challenge the insurance department or an insurance carrier in court. But compared to that, this is a light touch under very narrow and very specific conditions. And if the insurance department is already enforcing the law, then they shouldn't have a problem with this. Accountability to our constituents is a good thing. So please consider House Bill 1622 as a positive step to help Granite Staters. It puts some teeth into the mental health parity law, and it gives patients and providers a path to the quality of care we've all paid for. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, which is, when you talk about the complaint process, is that strictly for an individual patient, or does it cover, is this more broad in terms of the carrier or population health, or is it just for individuals?
No, it's for both individual patients as well as providers who feel that that the insurance department needs to intervene on their behalf.
Thank you.
So you're saying you're not sure whether this is a problem or not? Did you imply that the department is actually doing something about enforcing?
No, I'm not unsure that it's a problem or not, because I've heard specifically from solo practitioners that that they're in fact not receiving remittances from carriers, and so I don't know what the department has received on this, or what interventions the department has done on behalf of these mental health practitioners.
Okay, so you say so they're not paying at all, or they're only paying partially, not paying full amounts, or what was the?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. When they don't receive a remittance at all, they're not getting any payment at all, or even an explanation of a denial. Because the remittance can include a payment, but it could also include a reason why there's not being a payment, is my understanding.
Okay. And this is anecdotal, that you've heard that this is what's occurring, and that when you ask these physicians how they followed up, and they say they get no answer from the insurance department? No response from the department?
I don't know if they've contacted the insurance department. Specifically on this, I know that they, and I had it in my testimony, that they have actively been in communication with a carrier on this subject, but to my understanding, there's been no resolution.
Okay. Representative Johnson.
Thank you for taking my question. Is this one particular insurance company, or is this multiple insurance companies?
Thank you very much for the question, Representative Johnson. I'm aware of only one carrier, one insurance company on this, but it could be more. I don't have any further information on that, though.
Okay. So do you want me to go through your pile first, and then
however you'd like
then
to
have that unnamed insurance company come up, or do you? What would you like to do?
Weave them right in.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
All right.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Always a pleasure. Chair will call on Paula Rogers from Anthem. You gotta push the button, and then
Is that it?
pull it close to you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. So, good afternoon, Representative Chairman. My name is Paula Rogers, and I am here on behalf of Anthem, but I'm also with Sabrina Dunlop, who I'd like to come up because of the issue that's been raised about claims payment, and that is an issue directed at Anthem, and Sabrina will have information on that. My intention today was to come and talk a bit about the bill itself, and they're two separate matters. It may not sound like that, but it is. The issue that Anthem is having has nothing to do with mental health parity. It has to do with our systems, and we own that problem. So, Sabrina, would you like to come up? So I think to just sort of clarify the bill and the relationship to the claims issue, I think Sabrina, who's internal to Anthem, and I am not now, I used to be, is probably better positioned to give you some sense of what that is all about, what measures are being taken by Anthem, and how we are working with the provider community very aggressively to settle this matter. So Sabrina, I'm going to turn that over to you.
Thank you for letting us be here as a, as a duo. I'm Sabrina Dunlap. So I'm happy to talk to anyone in more detail about this, but generally, what I think Representative Luna was referring to are some widespread operational issues Anthem has had end of summer into fall. I believe we have fully turned the corner on those issues. They did result in delayed claims payments in some cases. As Paula said, nothing to do with the parity issue. It was a Anthem operational issue. So we just had our third town hall today for behavioral health providers to come and speak to Anthem about any ongoing issues they continue to have. As Paula mentioned, we have been doing a lot of outreach to them to make the situation right. And I think that we have made a lot of progress. But again, I think that that is a completely separate issue from what is before you with this proposed bill.
And I might pick up on that because the only way you could conclude that that issue has something to do with parity is if Anthem were willfully saying, we're just not going to pay these claims. And I can assure you that is not the issue at all. Anthem was in the midst of, I think, the last of commercials in the Anthem network. There are 14 states moving to the new system, and it was moving away from something I remember called ACES and going to WGS, and quite frankly, it was very, very choppy. And we own that, as I said in my initial statements. Now, kind of putting that aside, the reason Sabrina asked me to come this morning or this afternoon was because I have some history with the mental health parity issue. I certainly am no expert at all. It's just by working at Anthem for the number of years I did, I saw the iteration of the mental health parity federal provisions called MAPIA is the initials. It's a mental health. It's a mental health. I don't know off the top of my head. Parity. Mental health parity and equity addiction act. Mental health parity and equity addiction act. And mental health parity first passed, its very first bill was way back in 1996. And then in 2008, a broadened measure was passed. That's when SUD came into the mix, and MAPIA became the sort of language about how plans needed to simply step up to the plate and pay SUD and mental health providers, construct their plans to make sure that as their certificates of coverage were reviewed, that it was very clear that the treatment opportunities for med-surg conditions, behavioral health, and SUD were comparable. That gets you to 2008. At that time, it only really covered group plans of 50 members or more, and it was only with the Affordable Care Act when essential benefits became part of compliance for plans that were going to meet the Affordable Care Act standards. They had to include mental health and SUD coverage as an essential benefit. And that's when individual plans and small group plans that were going to be sold after 2014 and certainly going to be sold on the exchanges had to come into to compliance with mental health parity. Since that time, plans have been struggling. I think regulators have been struggling to try and set up a construct where an inquiry being made by a patient, a provider, a company, a plan sponsor, even a regulator could go and look for guidance on how to make sure that plans were living up to the expectations of the Mental Health Parity Act. If you were to go on the websites of CMS, the Department of Labor, even the Treasury Department, you can find all sorts of guidance, again, directed at patients, plan sponsors, insurers, even state regulators, giving advice on how the regulator can be assuring that when they are overseeing an insurance operation, that they have their finger on the pulse and know what's going on and can be able to check with that insurance provider, review that insurance provider's performance through an examination or more casually, and simply say, yes, indeed, they are in compliance with the Act. Now, in New Hampshire, the regulator in 2016 2017 announced exams of 3 carriers to see whether they were compliant with the Mental Health Parity Act. That was Anthem and Harvard, both in the room today. There was a 3rd carrier that may not be in the room today. That examination went on for 18 months to 2 years, and ultimately a letter was, and you can find it on the department website, was issued that the department and the plans had settled, that the only concern that the department had at that time related to one of the things that's brought up in this bill, which is reimbursement. And I think the department is still doing a final analysis of reimbursement, but to my knowledge, or at least Anthem has no feedback from the department that there is any issue with Anthem's reimbursement under mental health parity. And while the department was doing this, the legislature was not entirely silent. So if you go back to, I think it's Senate Bill 272 in, I think it was probably the 2019 session, there was a bill that basically states very directly that the department has the authority to move forward and look to make sure that the insurers that it supervises are compliant with the federal Mental Health Parity Act. So that's an express, maybe unnecessary grant of authority, but it's in there, and it's Senate Bill 272 from that session. And additionally, there was one other bill, and I think it was 1632 or 39. From which session was that? 2020. In 2020, which if you look at the bill before you, I want to ask you to turn the page and look at section Roman VB. It's on page 2, and it begins at line, where is it?
Oh, you're looking for the statute.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, so if you look at the bill before you, you will see that it amends a section of New Hampshire law, and you will look to see the section 2 of the bill on page 2 at line 9. It amends 417E12. You can see that on line 9. That section has also was amended in 2019 on the bill 1639 to include language that goes into some detail about how reimbursements are to be looked at by the regulator. So you would have to go to the entire provision in the New Hampshire Insurance Code. And I find it strange that this bill comes before and doesn't actually give you the entire statute, because if you were to go further, you would come upon language that was in that second bill that I referenced. And
Yeah,
that,
I think that's, all it is adding the word rates.
yes, but what I guess I'm trying to point out is there was, if you go in the whole provision that this bill is amending, you will find language that was provided several years back that goes to some detail about how the department is to look at reimbursement rates. And that's absent from this bill, which I think is somewhat confusing. So when it goes to a subcommittee, you want to make sure the subcommittee has the entire section that this bill amends so that you can pick up that additional language, because it goes directly to the heart of how the department is to look at reimbursement. The other thing that I think is important to know, that if you look at federal guidance, there's a difference between reimbursement practices and reimbursement rates. So the federal guidance always points the regulator and the plans who are trying to comply to making sure that it is their practices and procedures that have to be equal in treatment, med-surg to SUD and BH. When it gets to the rates, rates may be looked at and may be an indicator to a regulator that there should be further examination. And I think that is where the New Hampshire Insurance Department is now with its present market conduct focus. And so when that is being looked at, the provision I talked about that you would see if you saw this entire section to which this bill applies,
Right.
you would see that that section has 3 or 4 paragraphs talking about what the measurement is for the department at that time. So Tyler Brannon is here, and he can certainly talk to you about where the department is with its exam. But I think it's important to know that, Anthem's concern with the bill is that it's using rates rather than reimbursement procedures. And when you talk directly to rates, and you will see that in paragraph
Line 15 on,
line 15, yes,
yeah,
it's
the word
bolded,
rates, it's in boldface, right.
And
right.
then you will see in many places in the bill, you will see references to rates, but you will see it in a strange way. It uses the phrase, and what's the thing?
So if you look at, for example, on page 2, Roman 5, it says behavioral health reimbursement rates shall be no less extensive than those provided for physical illness. I mean, that's just very vague language, I think, introduces unnecessary ambiguity into a process that's already pretty complex.
And finally, I guess one comment about the authority of the insurance department. At present, there is certainly significant discretionary authority at the department level. The bill that I referenced that was passed in 2019 also gives direct regulatory authority or directive to the department to enforce the Mental Health Parity Act. One thing that did come to my mind when Representative Luna was speaking is if you look at line 17 of the bill, I thought that anything after line 17 actually applied to the Granite Advantage program. So when he talked about a private right of action, I was quite confused as to what that meant, and there was a question about who would have a private right of action. I would say in what setting is another question. And as far as a private right of action for the average consumer out there, right now the way the department's enforcement is structured, it's largely under the Unfair Insurance Trade Practices Act concept, where the department can bring an action of some kind against a producer or a company, but the individual consumer does not have a direct avenue through the department to that possibility of a recovery. The only way they can is if under the Unfair Insurance Trade Practices, there is a finding at the department. They can then use that finding in a court setting to go further. But it's not a direct line for a provider to pursue. Now, the department really will respond to provider complaints, and it does participate in provider insurer issues. And when Representative Hunt asked about whether the department was aware of the Anthem issue, Sabrina can talk to that directly because there have been conversations with the department about this issue.
Yeah. Again, I'm happy to talk to anyone offline about this. There's a lot to discuss, but yes, the department's fully aware. We're in regular contact with them. And like I said, we're in regular contact with providers as well around these claims issues. And I just don't think they have anything to do with the bill that's before you.
Okay. Any questions from the committee members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Tyler, why don't you come up now that we've heard both sides of the issue and
Thank you.
tell us how you're still standing in the middle here.
It's a common place to be. So Tyler Brannon, Life and Health Director within the Hampshire Insurance Department. And I'm going to cover a few things. Fortunately, Paula saved me some time talking about the market conduct examinations we did and where we are today, which we've been in a monitoring period as a part of that exam, which means that we're still following the exam process, which has the confidentiality of the exchange with the carrier and has a certain process we need to follow that in this case has actually taken years. So it's, I think it's unfortunate in terms of being able to tell the public or tell the carriers or advocates where we stand in a public setting, and hopefully I can say a little more about it in a week or so, but I think the point is this conversation is going to continue. This is not something we're done with as a state regulator. But as it relates to the bill, we see this bill as really having two major components to it. And the first is about our authority to enforce MAPIA, or I'll refer to it as sort of the parity requirements. Because as Paula mentioned, the parity requirements actually stem from a couple of different federal laws, including the ACA. The good news is that the New Hampshire legislature passed legislation that gives the insurance department the authority to enforce both MAPIA and the ACA, so we're in a good place today. We do run into the common problem that exists with all New Hampshire insurance laws for the self-insured employers, and for that side of things, which is half the people who walk around with insurance cards, the Department of Labor has direct regulatory authority over those employers and the benefit designs that exist. So there is reference to getting support from the Department of Justice. We feel as though we have the authority to enforce MAPIA, the ACA, and related laws. The Department of Labor has the authority as well on the employer side. So we don't feel the need to involve the Department of Justice from authority point of view. Resources are always a concern. And indeed, while we don't have a position on the bill, satisfying the requirements in this legislation as is described in the fiscal note would require bringing on 3 new people. On the life and health side of the insurance department, in market conduct, we have 5. So you'd be quite an expansion of our existing staff. The other piece to the bill is about provider reimbursement. And I think that Paula Rogers did describe kind of the dynamic that exists there as it relates to parity. And it is a common misunderstanding that the MAPIA or the ACA or related laws do require insurers to pay mental health providers at the same level as physical health providers. And that's not the case. It does relate more to the policies and practices related to reimbursement and whether or not that results at the end of the day in reduced coverage on the mental health side. Because remember, parity is about coverage. It's not about making sure providers get paid enough. So I think to the extent that there is language in here requiring sort of parity in reimbursement to mental health providers with physical health, we would need a lot more legislative direction than what is here to get, I think, the outcomes that are perhaps hoped for with the bill. Provider reimbursement and parity is kind of an ill-defined concept. You're clearly dealing with different kinds of providers doing different services, often not physicians. Even on the physical health side of things, there are a number of different specialties that are all paid at sort of varying levels for what could be considered similar services. One of the common benchmarks that's used is Medicare. Let's say, okay, well, let's give everybody the same amount above Medicare. Does that mean then we're going to end up with the same fee schedule for all mental health providers? Is there going to be certain assumptions about the physical health providers? Are you going to combine all the physical health providers and come up with some sort of average? Or are you going to pick a specialty like primary care? Are you going to adopt all the Medicare reimbursement policies that go with the reimbursement levels? There are a lot of considerations in this. I mean, just to do a simple analysis and say mental health providers are paid 110% of Medicare, PCPs perhaps 180% of Medicare, that's sort of a blunt tool, but we have done that kind of analysis. But actually enforcing a requirement for reimbursement parity would be something different, and we would need a lot more detail. And as you can imagine, fleshing out those details is going to be very controversial because you are talking about how much providers are going to be paid. One of the things I would say, though, is that the legislation does talk about a reporting requirement and compliance. Reports coming to the department, these reports becoming public. Today, we are looking very closely at what the Department of Labor is requiring of carriers and employers in terms of reporting, demonstrating a comparative analysis that shows compliance with Parity Acts, MAPIA, and the ACA. We are actually working with the Department of Labor to make sure our efforts are aligned with what they're doing. The idea being if the carriers have to produce this kind of information at a federal level and create the systems to do so, we want to piggyback on that as much as possible and not create a different standard that's going to be more research intensive, but exists for the same purpose, which is demonstrating compliance. In fact, we have requested legislation to clarify in New Hampshire statute that we're moving in that direction. And it's a Senate bill that hopefully will be coming over here at some point. Happy to take any questions. That, I think, covers everything.
Representative Abel.
Thank you for your testimony. You always explain things very well, and I appreciate that. I think we all do. I just want to check to see if the only changes in the only thing that this bill would change would be the words in boldface. In other words, it would add the word rates in section 2 on page 2, and the sentence at the bottom. And if that's correct, if that's the only thing that is being changed from what's currently in effect, what are the implications of that? And if I'm wrong about what's changed, would you please explain that?
So if I understand, you're talking about on page 2, line 15, where rates is added. You made reference to another section below. The other one is with the Granted Advantage program. If you're just asking about adding rates to that paragraph, that I think raises a number of questions about what it means and what the expectation is. So as a regulator, to be able to enforce that, I think we'd be put into a place where we're making a lot of decisions without a lot of guidance from the legislature.
Okay.
Got it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go back to the story. Jake Berry from New Futures.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the committee. My name is Jake Berry. I'm the Vice President of Policy at New Futures. As many of you know, New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit health policy and advocacy organization. We've been working for more than 20 years to address substance use and mental health issues in our state. I'm here today not just speaking on behalf of New Futures, but on thousands of granted staters who don't feel they can safely access the legislature and attend hearings in person during this dangerous phase of the pandemic. I don't want to repeat too much of what's been said this afternoon, but I do want to stress New Futures' strong support for this bill. As you know, our state has worked tirelessly in recent years to build a behavioral health treatment system capable of overcoming the ongoing addiction and mental health crises that our state is facing. Overall, treatment and recovery programs have come a long way, but mental health parity remains one of the single biggest obstacles we face in our efforts to overcome these crises and provide treatment services to all those in need. As you've heard today, federal parity law requires insurance carriers to cover mental health and substance use services the same way they cover medical and surgical services. In recent years, the insurance department has been working to ensure compliance by educating consumers, reviewing regulated insurance plans, and investigating market conduct. Still, frequently we hear from patients who are denied coverage, patients or providers who are denied coverage or reimbursement for essential mental health or substance use treatment services. This not only leaves individuals facing hefty medical bills that they struggle to afford, but it serves as a key deterrent to continued treatment, which can lead them to defer medical care until a period of crisis, in which they're treated at an emergency room or other high-cost locations. This leaves our healthcare system with considerably higher costs and leaves our state caught in these perpetual behavioral health crises. This bill proposes to address these concerns by providing the insurance department with important additional tools to better enforce parity compliance. It would strengthen the department's ability to support consumers through review and investigation of complaints and alleged parity violations, and it would require our insurance carriers to make compliance reports available to the public, increasing transparency and consumer confidence. Together, these steps would help the department, insurers, and our state as a whole to provide equal access to critical mental health and substance use treatment and to move forward in our battle against these behavioral health crises. Representative Spagnolo, a great friend and ally, recognized the need, whose name is on this bill, recognized the need for equal access to these services, and he spent much of his time and energy working to increase access, support, and resources. This bill is a great way to honor his legacy and to continue the battle he devoted so much of his life to. With that, we ask you to vote. This bill ought to pass, and I'm happy to take questions.
I think we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly Stevens, who used to be New Futures, and now you're NAMI. Yeah, sure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. It's nice to see all of you in person. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Yes, I am the same person, but now I am the Director of Public Policy for NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. And on behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I am here today to speak in favor of this bill. You've heard about the Mental Health Parity Act, so I'm not going to go into any details on that. I think we've covered that today. And you also, I laid out some of the background regarding the market conduct study that the insurance department did in my testimony. I think one of the biggest concerns is that that market conduct analysis did, it looked at reimbursement rates, and when it saw that there might have been a discrepancy, there wasn't really a finding of a discrepancy, but they asked the providers to show them their policies for how they calculated payment reimbursement for mental health providers. And I know Paula will correct me if I'm wrong here, but that the insurers weren't able to provide those to the satisfaction of the insurance department, which then resulted in the settlement agreements that the department has with Anthem and with Harvard Pilgrim. And to date, as you heard from Mr. Brannon, no information regarding those settlement agreements has been made public. All we know is that there was a potential finding and that they are supposed to provide information, but in no way know whether there has been compliance or if there is compliance with the parity law. And you know, I think you've also heard today that it's well known that New Hampshire is in the middle of a mental health and substance use disorder crisis. Part of this is due to the shortage of providers within the mental health and substance use disorder communities that are providing services for folks. And further compounding the issue is the number of mental health providers who have opted not to accept commercial insurance products. And part of that is due to lower reimbursement rates and also the complications with the billing that they have to go through. And another issue that NAMI New Hampshire is very familiar with is something that we describe as ghost networks. And what these are is if you look at the networks of providers that the insurers have, there's a large list of names. But the families that NAMI New Hampshire works with and supports have found that as they start calling down that list that the insurers give them, there are no therapists that are accepting any new patients. So if nobody's accepting any new patients, not only are there not adequate networks, there's no networks at all. And because they are able to produce the names of individuals that they have contracts with, and I don't think that the insurers are aware of the fact that the providers don't have the ability to take new patients. I don't think they're doing it nefariously. I think they've got contracts with these providers. They submit those lists to the department. It looks like there's an adequate network. Everybody thinks there's an adequate network, and it's not an adequate network. And it really flies under the radar, and people are not able to receive the services that they need. And a lot of that goes back to provider reimbursements, because fewer and fewer mental health providers and substance use disorder providers are contracting with insurers. And so House Bill 1622 would address reimbursements directly, would address the access issues indirectly, because if you're able to increase the reimbursement rates for providers, then more providers would take commercial insurance instead of just having self-pay patients. And it also does establish the complaint process for providers and for consumers, which would be separate and apart from the regular complaint process that the insurance department has right now. So it would ensure that these complaints could receive priority, they could be parsed out, and it would also allow the insurance department to see if a lot of complaints were coming in for a particular insurance carrier. So it would make the job easier for the insurance department. So, you know, because of that, I think it's really important to give strong consideration to this bill. And I don't normally do this, but I'm going to today. When I moved from New Futures to NAMI, New Hampshire, my insurance switched from Harvard Pilgrim to Anthem. I told my therapist that, and she said, guess what? I'm not renewing my contract with Anthem. Their reimbursement rates are too low. They don't respond to emails, and sorry, I don't know what to tell you. So my provider of 5 years, I no longer have because of reimbursement rates. And so if people don't think that this is an issue, it is an issue. It's a legitimate issue, and it's not something that, you know, me as a orange badge just come over here and talk about. You know, there are real people that this is happening to. We hear it at NAMI. I have experienced it. So with that, I will end, and I will take any questions that you may have.
I guess we're all set. Thank you, Holly. Anita Hansen from Jaffrey. All right, let's go to the bill.
Oh, that's my phone. This is my first time doing this, in case nobody can tell, so I'm getting it videoed for my people. Hi, everybody.
You, just so you know, this is available on YouTube. This
Oh,
hearing.
I did not know that.
Yeah. you're okay.
Wow, I bet you get tons of hits on these sessions. Oh, entertainment.
I think other
Yes.
committees, but ours is never exciting enough.
Yeah, well, maybe today it will be. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Anina Hansen. I'm an alcoholic, and I was Phil Spagnuolo's life partner. And I have brought him to be the silent witness here today. There's my guy. I'd like to tell you a little bit about my guy. I waited 42 years to find him. He waited 52 years to find me. We shared almost 2 years of what we had thought would be the rest of our lives. And we were happy. We met when we were both 3 years clean and sober. He wowed me from our very first conversation when he told me he ran sober houses and that he had run for and won a seat in the New Hampshire House on a platform of addiction and recovery. His authenticity, his transparency, his huge heart of service won me from the start. His time in the New Hampshire House and his subsequent run for Senate, he lost in 2020 to Harold French, who's a great guy, was all about being of service, Phil was particularly passionate about the issues of addiction and mental health. He would have earnestly supported this bill and the people it protects. He was ceaselessly courageous about sharing his own history with those challenges, his decades of alcohol and drug use, his depression, and in particular his anxiety, which was a crippling force throughout his life. What I didn't know until it was too late was that even during those 5 years of living sober and being a wholehearted public servant and activist, Phil's mental health was never really managed. At the end of this past May, he was diagnosed with cancer, and he panicked. A few days later, in the beginning of June, he relapsed. And 3 weeks later, on the night of summer solstice, he died in a drug den in Manchester. During those last 3 weeks, he and I had some heavy conversations, and that's when he told me his meds had stopped working long ago. He'd been white-knuckling his mental health for a long time. This man's entire life was about recovery. He lived and breathed sobriety, mental health awareness, destigmatization, but he was much better at advocating for others than for himself. When he realized long-term sobriety still hadn't addressed his mental health needs, he toughed it out in silence. By the time he finally told me he wasn't okay, it was too late. We got him in to see a new psychiatrist, but with his anxiety off the charts over the cancer, he ended up doing what we addicts do, and he self-medicated, and long before his new meds had a chance to kick in, he was dead. I want to be clear, there's only one person whose responsibility it was to keep Phil alive, and that was Phil. He was an expert. He knew what to do. He knew he needed to ask for help, and he waited way too long. But part of the reason he waited was that he didn't believe help would be there if he asked. When Phil got sober at 48, he went on Medicaid for the first time in his life. But when he called to get an appointment with a mental health professional, he couldn't find anyone accepting new clients who took Medicaid. When he called to see if he could get in a rehab for the time being, he was told the wait time for a bed was 6 to 8 weeks. He said, "I'll be out by then, I'll be dead." He ended up going to the Laconia mayor's office and asking for an appointment. And when he got one, he asked the mayor, "How does a guy like me stay sober in this town?" And the mayor told him, "I don't know." And that's the problem. People want help, they qualify for help, they even ask for help, and they can't access help. Help isn't available, help will take too long. That mayor may have saved Phil's life that day by putting him in touch with some people who were starting a recovery center. Phil got involved, and he found a lifeline to hold on to: service. A few years later, during a TV appearance, he said, "I don't know that I'd still be sitting here today sober if I wasn't given the opportunity to help others. If we don't help the ones who are still suffering, who's going to? If not me, then who?" That's the question I ask myself all the time. And he did ask himself that question all the time. I saw it. And still, it ended the worst possible way for him. I have been angry at him for this. It was such a stupid way for such a smart man to die. But I made my guy a promise after he died that I would remember him for his greatness. And I do. His transparency, his advocacy, his dedication to serving others. What a courageous way for such a compromised man to live. Phil was literally one of you, although he sat on the Health and Human Services Committee. Mental illness and addiction look like this, like Phil, good people, living good lives, doing their best, helping others, learning to ask for help, and needing to know that help will be available when they ask for it. Mental illness and addiction, when the help people need isn't available to them, looks like me, a widow for no good reason, grieving every day not just the death of the man I wanted to spend my life with, but the terrible truth that his death was preventable. It's too late to save his life, but not to save others. One thing I know for sure, my guy, whose entire life was about service to others, would want his death to be of service too. Phil's life demonstrated the value of legislation like this bill, but his death demonstrates its necessity. If you don't help the ones who are still suffering, who will? If not you, then who? Thank you. Thank you all for what you do to serve our citizens and our state. And I hope you will all do one more service for them and pass Phil's bill.
Thank you for coming to speak to us.
Yep, Representative Perez.
First of all, thank you for letting me speak. I want to take a minute and say thank you, because it takes a lot of courage to come in and speak in front of us. Not just in front of us, but we have a lot of people listen and see in this video. Mental illness is not an easy topic to speak about it. Let me tell you, I come from a culture that mental illness is a taboo. We're not allowed to speak about it. And then a lot of times we don't get the help that we need. But you strain and the way you're speaking, and I know that he touched a lot of lives, because I have friends who live in Laconia and they know him, and I know a lot of people they've been touched by him. I'm so grateful that you're here, and I'm so grateful for everything he did. And then you speaking in front of us is giving me the strength to continue doing what I'm doing. I'm trying to speak up about mental health. I try to help others, because we have a lot of people that don't have voices, and we need those voices to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria.
Thank you for coming. We really appreciate your
Thank
sharing that story. Representative Ham, you take one more question? Sorry.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you might want to get closer to the mic.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your courage in coming here to speak to us about such a sensitive and personal experience and loss. I just want you to know I agree with you 100% that we are adequately underserved with mental health professionals and services, and anything that you can do to continue to speak up is very much appreciated by me, because we do have way too few mental health professionals in the New Hampshire to meet the needs. And it's just as important a health need, as all the physical and medical needs are. So thank you for your courage.
Thanks.
Thank you. The chair will call on Peter Bragdon from Harvard Pilgrim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Peter Bragdon, representing Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare, testifying in opposition to HB 1622. Harvard Pilgrim is the state's only not-for-profit health insurance company serving the individual and group markets, and the only insurance company founded by doctors. While we've signed in opposition to HB 1622, we fully understand how vitally important mental health care is. Its importance has been highlighted particularly through the COVID-19 pandemic. The concerns we have with the bill are that its goals appear to be already addressed in other parts of statute, therefore the bill is unnecessary. For instance, Section 1 of the bill gives the Insurance Department the authority to investigate insurance carrier conduct that may violate the federal mental health parity law, also known as the Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Enforcement Law, which has been a tongue twister earlier in the day as well. So the bill gives authority to investigate conduct that may violate that. However, it has been mentioned by Tyler Brennan, amongst others, that the insurance department already has investigational authority under RSA 400A16, which states the insurance department, quote, may conduct such investigations in addition to those specifically provided for as may be found necessary in order to promote efficient administration of the provisions. The insurance department has examination authority under RSA 400A37, and they recently completed, as was mentioned, a market conduct exam of 3 of New Hampshire's commercial carriers to ensure compliance with the federal law. Section 1 further requires that the insurance department establish a specific mental health complaint process. As has been mentioned, the insurance department already has a complaint process, which is managed by the Consumer Services Division. A separate complaint process specifically for mental health parity is unnecessary and would be confusing to the consumer. Section 1 would also require insurers to submit annual reports on their compliance with the federal law. The recent federal amendments to the law require plans to do an analysis of all non-quantitative treatment limitations to demonstrate compliance with that. And as Tyler mentioned, there's a bill in the Senate, I think it's Senate Bill 373 or 373, that basically makes some changes in the state insurance laws to allow those same reports to be submitted to the New Hampshire Insurance Department. We should be striving to align the federal requirements rather than create new requirements. I would just note that the insurance department has filed this bill in the Senate to be able to do that. And finally, the bill would require reimbursement rates for behavioral health care to be no less extensive than rates provided for other type of health care. The federal law already addresses how insurance carriers should be addressing reimbursement rates, and we should not be reinterpreting the law through the state statute. So one final note is the legislature revisited the issue in 2020, has been mentioned already, and added language that requires insurers to include in their contracts with participating providers reimbursement terms for mental health and substance use treatment that are on average at least as favorable as those in their contracts for professional services provided by non-hospital affiliated PCPs. This section of the law has only been in effect for about 18 months. So overall, we feel that the provisions in this bill before you are already covered, and the insurance department has the authority to do the things already mentioned in here, and adding yet another layer of it will not prove helpful or change anything. Be happy to take any questions.
Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, sir, for answering our questions. We've heard a lot that reimbursement rates are too low. That's been testimony from several people that they're too low. So how are reimbursement rates determined?
I am not sure internally how it all works. I know that's under the purview of the insurance department's review of the mental health provisions of the plans, that the market conduct study, that apparently from what Tyler has said, we'll be able to talk a bit more in a couple of weeks. So the federal law certainly dictates the process by which rates are set. But I do not know internally how the process actually happens. I mean, there's contract negotiations, obviously, with carriers. And I do know that, there's a lot of leverage, let's say, that providers that work for large hospital groups have because network adequacy is required, that they have over an independent provider. It forces at work as well outside of the insurance companies.
Representative Terry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. I receive a lot of email with copies of testimony. If you've already done so, I apologize. I will check my email when I return home. If you have not done so, would you be so kind as to submit your written testimony to the members of the committee?
Yes, thank you, and I will do that. I have not yet done that.
So is Harvard Pilgrim and the Granite Advantage?
No, that's the Medicaid expansion,
That's
correct?
what I thought. Right.
They are
So
not.
There's just 3 companies and
Yeah, the managed care companies, I believe.
right. I thought there was supposed to be a nonprofit. They had to get a nonprofit into that.
There may be in that, but in terms of the individual and group health insurance markets, I believe we're the only nonprofit that covers all of them.
Right. And of course, Medicare.
Right.
Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I got 1 card left. Heidi Kroll.
I'm supposed to wipe
Yeah,
that. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Heidi Kroll. I work at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell, and I represent AHIP, which is America's Health Insurance Plans. At this point, everything I had in my notes to say, I think, has been said, and so I won't repeat what other speakers have said. AHIP does have some, significant concerns with the bill for the reasons that have been expressed, I think, by Anthem and Harvard Pilgrim. Just, I think, in general, concerns about duplication with what already exists in federal and state law. And with duplication and trying to reinterpret comes potential unintended consequences that I think we just want to be really careful about. As you've heard, there's a lot of history, and there's also, it's a very complicated subject matter. And we have had recent legislation, as you heard, in 2019, we had Senator Morgan's bill, SB 272, and in 2020, we had Senator Sherman's bill, which started out as SB 620, was ultimately rolled into House Bill 1639, that addressed mental health parity under the insurance laws, and both bills made changes to certain sections of RSA 417-E:1, which is in the bill you're looking at. And so that section of law now contains language about reimbursement standards for mental health and substance use disorders, and Ms. Rogers was speaking about this. And I think from AHIP's perspective, we're concerned that really it's anything more than what we have in current law relative to reimbursement standards could be starting down a slippery slope of putting us in a territory of actually rate setting and price fixing, which I think we just want to be really careful about that. All of the other points that I was going to make have been said, so I will respect your time and not repeat them. I just did want to respond to one question that Representative Abel had about new language. And I just wanted to point out that all of page 1 in the bill on to page 2 up to line 8, that is all new. It's just not appearing in bold because all of it is new. And what follows is existing law that is proposing, the proposal to change. So that's what you see in the bold. So I did see, Mr. Chairman, that you have scheduled already a work session on this, and I know that AHIP and AHIP's members will be there and available and willing to participate. So I appreciate your time very much. Thank you.
So before you go, I have a question, and that is an old subject matter that's been around for a while, and that's network adequacy. And in terms of how we define adequate, and I think I got a letter from DJ this week, or maybe I got it from Nick, that said how great we are doing in terms of network adequacy. I think there was a letter sent out, at least I assume I wasn't the only one who got it, but how they're... And my question is, if companies are listing names and those physicians or those doctors are not taking new patients, in the age of computers now, where we do everything online, how difficult would it be for you to actually make sure that the listing of providers are actually taking patients?
That's a great question. I'm not prepared to answer that at the moment. It's just not my area
No, I
of
understand.
expertise. But I think the carriers in the room have heard the question, and the department here as well. And so that might be a question that we can answer at the work session.
Yeah, as the spokesman for all the companies, I'm urging you to kind of figure out some way we can solve this issue.
Yeah.
In terms of that, when someone is looking for a provider, they're not running around calling, that the network adequacy is really actual. There are no ghost networks. We need to have real networks, or if they're closed, they're closed. But then it begs the question whether you need to find some new physicians who maybe you'll have to pay them more money, and that way you guys do it rather than us mandating it.
Understood. Fair point. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Joy, you were on have a list, but I didn't get a card from you. Did you want to testify? Or? Oops. Oh, no, that's it. Have a seat, John. Have a seat, John. Sure, come on up. But you'll fill out a pink card. Actually, I can just take the back side of this card and fill it out for you. John DeJoy.
For the record, my name is John DeJoy, and I'm here representing the National Association of Social Workers as well as the New Hampshire Psychological Association. Both membership organizations that represent mental health providers who have significant concerns about parity as well as delayed reimbursements. My clients asked me to come and gather information today, which is what I've been doing. That's why I'm not prepared to make comments, but I do intend to attend the work sessions, and I'm happy to represent my clients' input at those sessions.
Good, so it's 1 minute. Got that, right?
Yeah, yeah. Have you ever heard Mr. Chairman speak for that little time?
No, John, that's probably true. All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, having no more cards, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1622. And that's it for the day. So for the committee members, next Wednesday and next Thursday, pay attention. The Wednesday we will be doing the subcommittees, and they are broken up by the times of which of the divisions in there. We're just going to do subcommittees on all the but they're going to meet. You'll see the schedule. Each one has 2 bills, so they're all going to be next Wednesday.